Good evening. The Design Review Board public meeting of July 22nd, 2021 is called to order. Due to the COVID-19 novel coronavirus and the health recommendations from the Los Angeles County Health Department, the Design Review Board public meeting is being conducted virtually with no members of the public or staff present. The public is encouraged to watch and participate from the safety of their homes. The meeting can be viewed on local cable TV and is being streamlined online on the city's website at www.glendaleca.gov. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Current Design Review Board agendas are available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. Records of decisions for all projects will be posted online on the Planning Division's website. Please note that any appeal of a case heard today must be filed within 15 calendar days of the Design Review Board decision date. The appeal application is available online, and please contact the case planner to submit the appeal. In terms of a roll call, Board Member Minas.
Present.
Thank you. Board Member Smith.
Present.
Board Member Simonian.
Present.
Board Member Chagayan.
Present.
And Chair Welch.
Here.
Report regarding posting of the agenda. The agenda for the July 22nd, 2021 regular meeting of the Glendale Design Review Board was posted on the city's website on July 15th, 2021, and on the bulletin board outside City Hall on July 19th, 2021. Approval of the Design Review Board minutes are being submitted for the board's review and approval from July 8th, 2021. Does the board have any comments or edits that they would like to see done to those minutes? That was quite a lengthy agenda. I think we lasted until 11:20 p.m., so it was a record.
Board Member Smith, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In reviewing these, I noticed quite a few little things. On Nesmuth Road, condition 3, it says replace the French doors under condition 3, and it should have said replace the sliding doors. In the determination of compatibility, the first and second bullets should be merged, otherwise it's an incomplete sentence. In the determination of compatibility under design and detailing, the first bullet, 5th line, also says replace the French doors, and what is meant is sliding doors. I thought there was a condition that the numerous sets of sliding doors be replaced with French doors, but I didn't have time to go back and listen to see if that was one of the conditions. For Corona Drive on page 2, determination of compatibility, number 2, what it says is to match the color. And I think in light of what's happened with that property, that's a little bit too vague. I'm not sure if we were just saying match that color. I would recommend that we replace the words to match with to be. Number 3, also to match should be revised to be to be. Number 4, not to match, but to match material, color, finish, grain, etc. That's Corona Drive. On Linden, the conditions.
I'm sorry. I apologize. We're writing all these items down, so if you don't mind going back one.
Okay, sure.
One mention, please.
I was also going to request. I'm trying to write these down also, but I don't have all of the original in front of me, unfortunately. Would it be possible to send this to us in writing?
Sure, I can.
Yeah, that would be great.
Of course, it's hard to do in tracking changes when it's a PDF, but I can. For Linden,
even if it's handwritten is fine, just so we have something to.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, we had sent a Word and a PDF to all the board members. So we'd be more than happy to, however you'd like to send it back to us.
Unfortunately, mine only came as part of the giant packet, so I had to boil it down to just this. So maybe if that could be sent to me separately.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
But if you'd like to continue, then
Sure, thank you. On Linden, I tried to call Mr. Joe, but he was out today. The words further and farther are mistakenly used for one another. So any place it says further, it should normally, for these, say farther. I don't recall the shingle siding recommendation in the gable, and I'm the one who I think made that motion. Number 9, the entry door was to be a single leaf, not 2 doors, with solid wood paneled. It's written a little bit too loosely. The determination of compatibility, design, and detailing. The front addition should be set back farther. It says recessed further, which makes it seem just kind of vague. And I believe the side deck railing, we had agreed shall be dark brown, and it wasn't mentioned. Those are all I found, but I can definitely send it back.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
just quickly to clarify or better understand your concern, in going back to Corona, where we were talking about specific colors,
Right.
I believe we wrote that to match rather than to be, because we don't specify that they have to use La Habra stucco, but whatever they use would have to match the color in the La Habra stucco catalog. I believe that's why we chose that wording.
In light of how we got there, I feel strongly that it should be to be, but you know,
to be La Habra stucco specifically, and
or whatever. I mean, when they were given the recommendation, the condition from City Council to be earth tone and to change the colors, it wasn't. So I believe there should be a strong direction provided.
Oh, no, and I think we understand that the color would exactly match what was in the La Habra brochure or the roofing company that was referenced. I think what we were doing was giving room for the use of a different manufacturer, and they all have different color names for their colors. So we would specifically make sure that whatever was used would match that color swatch that was referenced. But we'll do our best to, you know, I think I hear you, but I think we have to we can't be that specific about manufacturers generally.
Well, we were, but I see what you're saying as well. I see what you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll pull the item and bring it back next meeting for approval of those minutes. So we should just move on with the agenda now.
So we will continue the minutes to the next meeting. The next item on the agenda would be oral communications. I have no callers for oral communications, which brings us to the Community Development Department updates. At this point in time, I would like to regretfully announce the retirement of Ms. Manoush Zakarian. She has been the Design Review Board admin staff for a number of years. We've been very fortunate to have her, and we really appreciate her and thank her for her diligence in the minutes and the notations, and especially sending out the previous large packets. So again, we wish her a very happy retirement at this point and thank her for her years of service to the DRB. So with that,
This is board member Simonian, and I wanted to also wish Manoush well. It was an absolute pleasure to work with her all these years, and she was always so good at responding to our comments and our questions. And it was just a pleasure to work with her. So I really do wish her and her family well, and look forward to seeing her around the community once in a while.
Thank you, Board Member Simonian. With that, are there any board or commission member comments at this point? And if not, then I would like to turn the meeting over to Chair Welch to continue with our review calendar and current cases.
Yes, I'd just like to make one note for the public. Board Member Simonian is attending, as you saw and heard from him, but his camera is suffering from some technical difficulties. So he will be attending and listening to the meeting, even though you can't see his face. So with that comment made, we can move to the first hearing tonight.
Oh, one item before we begin the first case, just to let the public know as well, that the last case on today's agenda, which was for a property located at 2022 West Kenneth Road, this particular design review board item has been taken off calendar. This was previously a request to make modifications to an approved design review board project that was under construction, and the owners and applicants have decided that no, they are going to go back to what was approved, and they have essentially withdrawn their request for modifications and will proceed with construction per the approved plan. So that item, again, is not being heard this evening. So we have 3 items on today's agenda. So with that, I believe Ms. Minji Ham is the case planner for the first case at 1247 Allen Avenue.
Oh, sorry, I'm starting my PowerPoint presentation. Just a second. Okay. Good evening and thank you. This is case number TDR 2104367 for the project site located at 1247 Allen Avenue. The project site is a 7,533 square foot interior lot located on the northern side of Allen Avenue in the R1 floor area District 1 zone. The rectangular lot bounded by Allen Avenue to the south and a 15-foot wide alley to the north, and it is currently developed with a 1-story, 1,000 square foot single-family house designed in the Spanish colonial Mission Revival style and built in 1927, along with a detached 192 square foot 1-car garage at the rear. Despite the rear alley, the existing house currently has a curb cut and a driveway to access the house from Allen Street, and this is true for most of the houses on the block. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing house, as you see from the pictures on the screen. So the existing house and the garage, and construct a new 2,222 square foot 2-story single family dwelling with a detached 2-car garage and a detached covered patio. The existing dwelling and the property does not appear eligible for historic designation at the federal, state, or local level, and it is not considered a historic resource under CEQA. Here we have the existing and proposed site plans. Existing site plan is on your left and the proposed site plan is on your right. The new house will maintain the existing site planning of the property, which consists of a dwelling unit at the front and a driveway that leads to the detached garage at the rear. The new garage will be accessible from the same existing curb cut and the newly extended driveway, which will be improved with decorative permeable pavers. Despite the presence of the alley, most garages on the block are accessed from Allen Street, and the subject property will maintain this condition. The siding and building footprint are also all designed to address the setback requirements for the zoning code and are considerate of the prevailing setbacks on the street. The outdoor areas at the rear include a pool and a covered patio, which are well integrated into the site design. The proposed landscaping plan is complementary to the development of the site and complies with the minimum landscaping requirements for the zone. The new drought-tolerant plants will be provided throughout the property, and adjacent to the property lines as landscape buffers between adjacent properties and the alley. And these are the proposed first floor and second floor plans of the new dwelling. The second floor on your right is pushed back from the first floor to reduce the massing from the street. There are 2 decks proposed on the second floor, one at the rear and one also tucked between bedroom number 4 and bedroom number 3 on your southwest elevation. These balconies are adequately set back from neighbors and will not propose any privacy concerns. And this is the roof plan. The blue line indicates the outline of the second floor roof, and the roof portions under are the first floor. In regards to mass and scale, the predominant neighborhood pattern along Allen Street features 1-story homes with a few 2-story homes scattered among them. Therefore, the applicant's proposal to build a 2-story house is appropriate to the development pattern. Overall, the massing and scale of the project will be compatible with the neighborhood, particularly as it is located between a 1-story house to its left and a 2-story house to the right, and also across the street. These are the elevations and cross sections, which are supposed to correspond. The proposed flat roofs are appropriate to the design, and the differing heights of the building volumes help break up the mass of the main body of the house and create visual interest. The surrounding neighborhood features a mix of architectural styles. So the new dwelling's modern style, along with its monochromatic color palette for the exterior materials, create visual interest, and it will add to the eclectic mix of the architectural styles in the area. The setbacks and articulation at the second floor facade help reduce the overall sense of mass because it is pushed back. However, a few design changes are recommended to enhance the overall massing, which are to eliminate the cantilevered roof at the right side of the second floor to allow the roof and fascia to wrap the volumes to increase the sense of articulation and reduce the mass at this area. And also reduce the sense of mass and top heaviness at the second floor of the front facade by lowering the floor to ceiling height at the front part of this level, providing a more horizontal emphasis at this area, increasing the window area and transparency at bedroom 3 and or other means to achieve this goal. The 1-story volumes visible from the street utilize the differing floor to ceiling height, as mentioned, which create 2 distinct volumes that break up the massing of the project. The right-hand volume on the first story contains the entryway. The entryway is well integrated into the overall design as it has a deeper setback from the street and features a deep roof overhang that creates a canopy effect. The door is proposed to be a modern style single door with the side light. And this is the rear elevation and the other side elevation. The proposed elevations currently do not show adequate distribution of exterior cladding material, and staff is recommending a condition of approval that exterior cladding material be distributed more appropriately and submitted for staff review and approval prior to project submittal. This is the proposed covered patio in the garage building that will be at the rear of the new dwelling. It employs the same exterior materials that are proposed and also has the same modern style as the proposed dwelling, which will tie all 3 structures and building together. And this is the roof plan. The patio roof is the one on the left and the garage roof is the one on the right. The proposed materials include light-colored smooth stucco, stacked stone veneer cladding, roll roofing, cable seal railing, and wood decking tiles for the swimming pool area, and dark gray aluminum fascia, which are suitable for the proposed modern design. The new windows will also be black aluminum block frames with recessed placement, and all the colors and materials will be an appropriate combination of casement, fixed, and awning windows. The material references page that was on the architectural set, page A4.1, indicates that there may be recessed can lights located under the eaves, circled in red on the screen. And should there be any recessed can lights be proposed under the eaves, it shall only be located at entryways and covered patios to avoid overlighting. And this is a rendering. Staff received two comments in total, one comment of opposition from a neighbor, and also one call of support from a neighbor in the area as well. Staff is recommending approval of the project with 4 conditions as noted in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members have questions? Okay, seeing no hands raised, I guess we can move on to the applicant.
Is this our turn to speak?
Yes, it is.
Can you guys hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Once again, hello everyone, and thank you very much for having us here at this board meeting. My name is Eric Trostian. I'm the owner. I came to the United States about 30 years ago as a teenager, and we actually settled in Glendale first. So Glendale has a kind of a special meaning for me. I've lived in a lot of different areas, and recently had an opportunity to acquire this home. And I've got a family with 2 boys, 2 and 5 years old, really hoping to build a dream home and really settle here for a while and become a really good contribution and a good member of this wonderful community that we grew to love very much. So we hope that, we've done quite a bit of back and forth. We've done quite a bit of changes to the design. About 14 months it took us to get this design going. And we thank all the members of the design board and the design studio and the planning department to help us and guide us to get us to where we are. Because in fact, it looks a lot better than where we started from. So with that said, I don't know, Igor, if you have any comments. Thank you very much. And we hope you guys will like it and approve it and let us build this beautiful home and make Glendale a little bit better.
And hello, everybody. I'm Igor Shpug. I'm the architectural designer on this project. I would just like to tell you a little story behind how, we accomplished this design and what it represents in our opinion. To begin with, I would like to bring your attention to the floor plan. Our intention was to basically create a modest, pretty standard for this day and age type of a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. And if you look at the floor plan, you'll see pretty typical features of this day, which are 1-bedroom downstairs, open concept, living, kitchen area, stairway going upstairs, a modest foyer, 1 bathroom and office. Upstairs, you got an ensuite master and 1 more bedroom for the kids and a bathroom. 2 small, pretty downsized decks, which fit into the geometry, so they're not really being cantilevered out, sticking out, being oversized. And in that respect, we're not trying to go with, anything crazy out of ordinary as far as the house itself. It's a standard, typical, modest single-family home of the early 21st century. Now, on the outside, we really wanted to go with the times that this house is being built in. So we went with a modern stylistic, and we put a lot of work into matching the materials right, matching the shapes, volumes, massing, and making sure it not only appeared consistent, but also had a sort of variety to it. So we do have a nice floating corner upstairs at the stairway to let some natural light into the living area from upstairs with a skylight. We do have variations in roof levels, and the roof is pretty simple in itself. It's a combination of roof slabs. And as far as the materials, we definitely wanted to have the house be toned down a little, so we wrapped it in the ledger stone of the darker shade. And a lot of design revisions were done, and a lot of it came from the design studio of Glendale. And thanks to that, we were able to accomplish this result. We started out with something much more simple and something much more strict, and we landed with this toned down version of what we had. And what's the word? Our intention was to check all the boxes as far as what the owner wanted, what the city wanted to represent, and what was compatible with this neighborhood, as well as the times, like I said, that the house is being built in. We relocated the garage in the back from our original design, where we had a pretty massive garage sitting on the front, which helped us reduce the massing by quite a bit, yeah, significantly, and free up a lot of space in the front yard. We offset the second story, like Mindy said, so that it doesn't appear as overwhelming as it could have been. You know, a lot of houses in the city of LA, for instance, are just, you know, walls going up right in the front. So, and ultimately, we're trying to not just provide a great living environment for this family in particular, but add the value to this neighborhood. We think it's going to give it some freshness and also at the same time blend in nicely, because we do have the variation, as Mindy mentioned, of styles and times when the houses were built on this stretch in particular. And ours is, you know, the July of 2021.
Okay, I need to have you wrap it up now. You've run out of time, so.
Absolutely, and that was it pretty much. So thank you for listening.
I have a follow-up question though. The staff has made 4 conditions as a recommendation to us. Have you reviewed those conditions, and are you comfortable with them, or do you have anything to speak to them?
We submitted our last version PDF a few days ago, so we haven't gotten any conditions back yet. We did implement all the conditions that came in throughout the process, such as lowering ceiling height, materials, wrapping around, you know, accents, variation, etc. So all of that was implemented previously. So if there's anything new, we will absolutely review it and make sure that it's all been addressed. Of course.
Okay. Can I ask Ms. Ham, are we looking at the most recent set of plans, or has there been a different submission lately?
It does look like the most recent one we submitted. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it is the most recent set, yes.
Okay, so the conditions still apply against these drawings that are submitted as part of the package.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, are there any members of the public who would like to speak on this matter?
Yes, we have a number of callers this evening. The first caller is Mr. Louis Oberlander. Mr. Oberlander, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me clear?
Yes.
Great, great. I'm also watching on my computer, and it's the first opportunity I've had really to look at the designs. I think it's great. On behalf of myself and my family, we live at 1255 Allen Avenue, and we are 100% in support of this. We think it'll be great for the block and just great overall. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller is Mr. Edward Hagobian. Mr. Hagobian, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yeah, I'm the owner of the 1251 Allen Avenue, next door, like the closest neighbor. So me and my family, we are supporting this project, and we're always happy to have like a nice houses in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Did those conclude your comments, or does that conclude your?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Next person is Mr. Daniel Dietch. Mr. Dietch, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Daniel Gichkov. I live at 1271 Allen, and yeah, I'm 100% for it. I think he's just going to bring the value to our block and a street, and I'm super excited if it's going to go through.
Thank you. Next person is Ms. Catherine Yurka. Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I wanted to make a comment, but I also just wanted to ask for a little bit more detail about the historic resource evaluation. There was a statement that it does not appear eligible, and I just wanted to hear more about this. It's represented as Spanish colonial / mission revival, but mission revival is quite a rare style in Glendale, and I noticed that there have been some window replacements. There are no permits in the portal for those replacements, and I assume that may have something to do with its lack of historic significance. But I'd just like to know how that was determined. I have a friend who lives on Allen, and we are both really dismayed at the destruction of these older homes with much larger ones. And this is going to go how it's going to go, but to hear about people sort of congratulating themselves on freshening up the neighborhood and improving Glendale by getting rid of the scale and simplicity of this neighborhood, it's like pouring salt in the wounds. This is a very large house. I heard it was simpler. I think simpler is better. But I just wanted to say that, this may be the right house for you. Whether it's the right house for these blocks of Allen, I think is much more in question. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Apologies. We have no other callers on this project.
Okay. The normal routine here is we give the applicants a couple of minutes to talk about. Everyone seemed to be in favor, so I'm not sure if you have anything to add. Mr. Rossi?
Yeah, I think we've pretty much covered it all. We feel really good about this and hope that you do too.
Very good. I think that's will conclude the. That will conclude the public hearing, and we can turn it over for board member comments, or if board members have any questions that remain. Board member Chagayan, would you lead us off tonight?
Sure, thank you. So I am pretty much in agreement with all of the conditions in Minji's report, particularly the front facade roof overhang reduction. It just seems less thought through in comparison to the overall design. I do appreciate the second floor being stepped back. I think that helps with the overall mass. But I think even with the minimalistic and modern vocabulary as designed, the second story, especially in the front, has more mass up top than it does. It feels a little top heavy. So I think I can offer a couple of suggestions aside from pulling that overhang back. I think Minji mentioned this in the report, but the bedroom over on the left-hand side, I think if you made that a larger window, so it'll be less wall, possibly, add a clerestory window to the restroom next to it. And then, in addition to that, maybe I feel like you have an opportunity to introduce a little verticality to the entry, not anything massive, but just enough to sort of give it its own statement and language, and then take away from the mass on the second level. Not too tall, I would say just maybe slightly higher than the office roof. It'll help break up that mass, I think. That corner window of the stair, it appears in the renderings at least that it's sort of like a different style. It's like a frameless window. I don't know if that was the intention or not, but I would suggest not, having a different vocabulary for this one window, especially when it's not really even at your level when you're walking up the stairs, right? It's sort of, you just want the light and view. I think the other style window will have it be a little bit more holistic with the design. Overall, I think I'm in support of the project with the conditions and with reducing that sort of top-heavy mass in the front. It's a simple modern design, and it's thought through, with the exception of that front, I would say. Just look through my notes again, sorry. I think the hidden gutter downspout system is pretty cool. Not sure I was able to follow through exactly where that actually terminates or goes out, but that would be fun if you're able to complete that, I guess. But overall, site planning wise, I have no issues. Just that what I mentioned.
Board Member Chagayan, I didn't quite capture in my notes your first comment about I think the second floor windows of the bedroom.
Yeah, like bedroom 3 window, I would suggest instead of having it being a clerestory, having it like a regular size, bedroom window to help break up the wall mass. And then maybe they could add a clerestory to the bathroom next to that bedroom, which also will help with the mass of that second level. Was that
okay,
clear?
thank you. Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, Board Member Arminas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the staff for reviewing this project thoroughly and coming up with conditions that is going to improve the design. Overall, I also like the project. It's modest home. I like particularly the front setback of the house and the side setbacks because it isn't from the street. It just seems like a very normal standard with a home. It's not imposing. And I also like a lot of open space around the building. And overall, I like it. It's the 2-story homes in the immediate neighborhood. It's common across the street, next to this property. So I think it's a modest home, 2,200 square foot house. And with the addition of Ms. Chagayan and staff condition, I would also be comfortable with the design.
Thank you. Board Member Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So when I looked at this and listened to the comments from the applicant and staff, I think staff's recommendations as well as Board Member Chagayan's comments are very helpful and would help make this project fit into the neighborhood better. I did, however, go through the design guidelines and found quite a few things where, unfortunately, as proposed, it doesn't. So in the comprehensive design guidelines, in the first chapter, it explains that it is intended to ensure that new development relates well to its surrounding context. And as currently designed, I don't think that it's entirely there in relating to its surrounding context. And the other purpose is to enhance the overall built environment. And this property seems to still call a lot of attention to itself and stand out a lot in a low scale neighborhood. The zoning code states that the purpose of design review is to ensure that it's compatible with the character inherent within the surrounding neighborhood, not what the future may be or what a few things are. So I was concerned with that. The proposed design would be many more square feet than the average residence in the immediate neighborhood, although the lot is smaller than the average. And the higher FAR is 0.296 when the average is 0.208 and the setback is less than average as well. In site planning, in the comprehensive design guidelines, it talks about the first consideration for any project should be its relationship to its context. And although there may be, I think I counted 3 houses in the immediate area, or in that 300 feet that are 2 stories, that's not exactly the surrounding context. So in order to reinforce the sense of place, new development is expected to be configured to provide an appropriate response to the surrounding context and arrangement on the site, not establishing kind of its own, which it seems to, but I think it's salvageable in the future. The pattern of development on the surrounding blocks is 1 story, the few 2 stories, some are only 1.5, and that has to do with the relationship of the buildings to the street, to the lots, to one another. The style of the neighborhood is predominantly period revival that I saw, with a lot of single-story Spanish eclectic style houses. And while I don't think that modern architecture can't fit in there, I just don't think that this goes far enough to make itself part of the background rather than being a gap that calls attention to itself, or should I say maybe the opposite of a gap, something larger and bigger. If enough of those characteristics are significantly different, what the design guidelines say is the proposal may not be appropriate. So it is 3 out of the 17 properties are 2-story. That's fewer than 18%. Most of the surrounding homes have sloped roofs. They have all different configurations, but there are hipped roofs, there are some flat roofs with parapets. There aren't entirely flat roofs. I know this has a little bit of cant to it, but it looks like a flat roof, and the thickness of that fascia reinforces that and makes it look seem as though it's sort of making a statement that it doesn't need to fit in when it actually does. So the vehicular access, I have no problem with the, I applaud the garage at the back of the site. However, with that extant alley, I did a quick takeoff on the driveway, and it's over 1,800 square feet of permeable area. So that would create a heat island, and it takes up a lot of your lot. I would strongly recommend trying to use that alley for the garage. You could really take back a lot of property at that lot. Also, the design guidelines. The design guidelines also talk about the massing and relating to the overall scale of the neighborhood, which I don't see as well as it could be. I do think that setting the 2nd story back helps. I think maybe not just setting it back farther, but something with the roofs or the roof shapes and configurations could help it fit in better. The scale and proportion, you know, you can put a larger house in a neighborhood that can fit in, but the placement of building forms in relationship to one another, that horizontal emphasis that is what we see now. I think Board Member Chagoyan's idea about adding some vertical tension would really assist this design. It would help it reduce its perceived mass and the scale. That 2nd floor clerestory window, I understand why you would want to put a clerestory window in a bedroom. I agree with her about making it a larger window, but another alternative would be something else that could just make the relationship of solids to voids seem like it's more equivalent. Something like a screen or something else that makes that seem like a larger opening might also work. Chapter 2, single-family design guidelines talks about minimizing the amount of paved areas as much as possible. You could consider a Hollywood driveway, which would be the paved strip down the middle, but just it's so much driveway at this point. And that relating buildings to the existing comment, I noticed that, Igor, I did not get your last name, I'm sorry. Saying how much it reflects the times it is being built in, it's not really the goal. The goal, while it can make a statement, is to fit into its environment, not to make a splash and say, I'm here, I'm a tall, big house on in a neighborhood of smaller single-story houses. So I think that that's a problem, that it doesn't really fit in with the existing architectural context. I think it might help to get rid of the driveway and maybe site the house more toward the center. I do think that first floor, very, very thick fascia on the flat appearing roof needs to be just dialed down somehow, perhaps the whole roof form. But under mass and scale, number 2C, it says relate to the predominant neighborhood pattern or massing configuration rather than the one or two buildings that may be out of scale, which is, I think, what's happening here, unfortunately. And the design of a larger building can be reduced through detailing and massing and scale. And at this point, while the design is well developed, I don't think that it reaches its goal of fitting into the neighborhood. And for those reasons, I recommend all these issues be strongly considered, and that staff and other board members' concepts be integrated into this design. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Simoni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board Member Simonian, as Chair Welch mentioned earlier, I'm having some technical difficulties with my camera. As such, I do have a monitor and I'm able to see everyone and all of staff's presentation. But unfortunately, this evening, I'm only going to be able to share my thoughts in audio format only. In regards to the project, I don't have any issues with it. I think it is well designed, and I do think it's a refreshing design. In regards to the roof design, I do think it is designed well. I am okay with the two-story concept, and I think the applicant has had a very generous second-story setback. It's a sort of setback we ask for often, but don't get all that often. And in this case, we've gotten it. And I think it really does reduce the mass of that second story. In regards to the materials and articulation of the facades and the way the materials are integrated into the design, I think it's well done. I do agree with staff's conditions. The only one I would venture to perhaps discuss is lowering the height of the front facade. And it's interesting because as I look at the elevations in the front and rear elevations as depicted on sheet A 2.1, on the right side, at the top is the front facade, and at the rear and at the bottom is the rear facade. The front facade seems more massive, seems higher, more vertical than the rear facade. And I think some of the comments that staff has made and other board members, including Ms. Chagayan, of integrating a larger window in bedroom number 3, integrating a window into the bathroom facing the street, and reducing the window glazing area of the stair area will significantly help the perception of that front facade. So I think those changes in itself should make a great difference, and I would not really recommend lowering the height of the building. In regards to the facades and the undulation of the building, I think it's well done. In fact, as I look at the northeast elevation, it has great detail, and it also has very nice, intricate design work. So I think in general, I'm very much in support of the project. I do support staff's conditions, but I would perhaps venture to discuss whether it's necessary to lower the height. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. For my comments, I largely concur with things that I have heard here. I do believe that the height should be reduced a little bit because that front facade, at least as it appears right now with that big blank wall of stucco, it does appear more massive. Board Member Simoni makes an excellent point that the rear facade, even though the dimensionality is exactly the same, doesn't appear as massive because it doesn't have that big expanse of stucco. So increasing the size of the window there in the bedroom area, potentially adding a clear story window above the bathroom would help to mitigate that. And I can absolutely concur with staff's viewpoint in terms of that excessive overhang right by that corner glazing that should be scaled back. And that glazing, as Board Member Chagayan pointed out, it's different. It doesn't have the same framing. It looks out of character with the other windows. So I definitely think that should conform better with the other glazing elements. But yeah, so that's generally my viewpoint here. Personally, I didn't necessarily like the three vertical windows on the front facade. I thought another treatment might be better, but nobody else brought that up, so I'll let that go. So I think that's basically it. And anyone have any rebuttal or comments to add to that amongst the board members?
Chair, I can make a motion if you think that's the right time.
Well, let's see if staff has got clarity on where they think all the comments have arrived at so far.
Okay, I think we do have clarity. I'll just double check on one thing in particular, but I'll go through what I think we've heard. In terms of the staff condition recommending changing the mass at the front of the second story, I think we had consensus that changing the window pattern there will be adequate to include a larger bedroom window and then some sort of clear story window that would be over the bathtub shower area in the bathroom to break that area up. Board Member Chagayan had mentioned changing the height of the entry area, but I don't think that got any traction. Is that true? If we just do the windows, we don't change the entry area? Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
Okay.
I think there was consensus about the corner window at the stairs to make that window more in keeping with the other window typologies at the house. I didn't hear any other concerns about the driveway or some of the issues that Board Member Smith raised, unless anyone feels they need to join on that. And let me just continue. Yeah, so that was everything. Acceptance of the staff comments with some revisions about the windows for the second floor massing.
In regards to the driveway, I just want to add quickly that I don't think the Hollywood driveway is a bad idea. So I could support that as well.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that as well. I think anything that provides more permeability is good and more landscaping.
Okay, so we'll make that a condition to incorporate a Hollywood driveway. That's everything I've got, so.
Okay. Would somebody like to move that motion with those conditions as staff has kind of outlined?
This is Board Member Simonian. I move to approve the project with staff's stated conditions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could I just ask one other clarification? There was a staff condition about the distribution of materials around the facades, and I didn't hear anyone take us up on that. Was there just general agreement that it's okay to work with the applicant to do that, or is it okay as proposed?
I'm okay with staff's condition.
I could go either way on it, to be honest, so I will go with the majority.
I could go either way on it as well. I didn't really quite have any issues with the materials and the way it was depicted. I thought I read that as staff wanted some more clarification from the applicant, which I think they could work out. But
I think in general, we thought it was a little heavy on stucco at the rear, but the board historically has sometimes put cladding materials toward the front where they're more visible. So, or we're open, obviously, to whatever we hear. So we'll.
I'm okay. Since we're discussing this at the moment, and we've kind of pinpointed on this one aspect of the materials. Personally, I'm okay with the materials and the proportionality of the materials and the use of the materials as depicted on the color elevations.
If that opinion stands, we'll delete that staff comment. So.
Board Member Smith, go ahead.
I have a question for my fellow board members. Thank you for all your recommendations for this. I do think they will help. And my question is a rhetorical one for you all to consider on your own. Based on the items I brought up in the comprehensive design guidelines, we need to find that this project is consistent with the requirements in the design guidelines. Do you all believe truly in your hearts that this is compatible with the neighborhood? It's a rhetorical question. Just think about it on your own.
From my perspective, I try not to impose a design aesthetic, and I think largely that would be what we would have to do to meet the standard that you're talking about. And I don't feel comfortable doing that. I think people can have their own design aesthetic as long as the design is a good design and it stays true to itself and it is not something that we would find offensive. I think we should allow people to have their own self-expression. Where we can control and provide guidance is in things like having it adapted, having it blend a bit better. And this, working with our design staff, I think that the applicant has done that. They've done appropriate setbacks. They've adopted to the form of the driveway with garage in the rear, the site planning characteristics. So I think that they have met the spirit of it, even if it's not a consistent design with the rest of the neighborhood.
Thanks very much. It was intended to be a rhetorical question, knowing absolutely that that contemporary design can fit into more traditional neighborhoods. It's whether or not it is consistent with what's there, and it doesn't need to match or be, a fake historic style. So that was just my 2 cents I wanted to throw out to you all.
Okay, thank you. So now that we have staff clear with the motion, would somebody like to move the matter?
Yes, I move to approve the project with the stated conditions, with a clarification that we are removing the one aspect of the staff's conditions that relates to decreasing the amount of stone or increasing the amount of stucco, and we're just moving forward with the drawings as depicted.
So that would be removing condition 4.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Is there a roll call?
Would you like to do the roll call? Or would you like me to do the roll call? Why don't I do the roll call then for you? In terms of a roll call, Ms. Board Member Smith?
No.
Board Member Chagayan?
Yes.
Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Member Minas?
Yes.
Chair Welch?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so next item is 1652 El Rito.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Before we disappear, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me have the next item. The second design review item up for review is case number PDR 2102-805 for the project site located at 1652 El Rito Avenue. The project site is a 13,875 square foot interior lot on the southern side of El Rito Avenue, located in the R1 floor area District 1 zone. The lot is improved with an existing one-story, 1,640 square foot single-family dwelling constructed in 1924 with a detached 1,195 square foot garage building, which includes laundry equipment, a bedroom, and a workshop. Vehicular access, as you can see in the photo at the bottom, is taken from the driveway off of El Rito Avenue. These are some pictures of the existing property. The first picture is a view from the street, and the two remaining photos at the bottom are taken from the rear. The applicant is proposing to construct an attached two-car garage, a 449 square foot one-story addition, and a 796 square foot second-story addition to the existing one-story single-family home. The existing detached garage building with the laundry and other components will be partially demolished and converted into a guest house. In terms of site planning, the proposal is very similar to adjacent and surrounding sites, which contain 1- and 2-story single-family buildings with attached front-facing garages and detached accessory buildings at the rear. So this is the same site plan that you saw in the previous slide. The green represents the outline of the existing garage building with the laundry and workshop. The yellow portion represents the existing one-story house. This is the existing floor plans of the garage building and the dwelling. So the garage building is the one that is closer to the top of the screen. The addition on the left side, and the addition will be on the left side of the dwelling, which is at the bottom of the screen. And per the demolition plans that the applicant provided for the dwelling, less than 50% of the exterior wall area and the roof area will be removed or replaced. This is also just the demolition plan. You'll see on your left side, the red indicates the areas that will be demolished. And also for the roof plan on your right, the red triangles depict areas that will be removed or replaced on top. And again, these are pictures of where the addition would be. Right now you see the driveway. So that area will become the addition / the new garage, and the garage building you do see on your right side is where the new guest house would be in a downsized, partially demolished and converted form, and it would be hidden from the street view. These are existing elevations. Existing elevations show that the existing home is already at an approximate height of 22 feet due to the steep pitch of the clipped gable roof forms, which is currently a 7 and 12. So the site gently slopes downwards from north to south, so from the front of the property to the rear. So the height of the overall dwelling increases by a foot at the rear to an approximate height of 24. These are the existing elevations of the garage building, which again has the laundry equipment and the workshop and the bedroom. This building will be partially demolished and downsized into approximately 485 square foot guest house. Currently, the garage building is very close to the adjacent property line at 3 feet setback, but because more than 50% of this whole building is proposed to be demolished to be smaller, the guest house will be set back by 6 feet, which complies with the zoning requirements. To go back to the proposal, you will now see the outlines of the new additions. The reds indicate the additions to the house, and the greens indicate the guest house. The darker red indicates the garage and the floor area additions, while the pinks represent the covered patio and the deck area. The light green for the guest house shows the overall area of the guest house, while the dark green represents the attached patio cover. The additions you'll see are significantly set back from the rear property line and the side property line, and there are proposed outdoor areas such as a pool, barbecue areas, and an existing patio at the rear. Because the existing driveway right now is not wide enough to accommodate the new width of the attached two-car garage, the existing driveway will be expanded to its right. A condition is recommended requiring the applicant to provide decorative permeable pavers for the driveway. Currently, just concrete is proposed. The proposed landscaping plan is complementary to the development of the site and complies with the minimum landscaping requirement for the zone. Landscaping is well integrated into the site design and complements the main dwelling, the accessory structures, and the proposed outdoor area at the rear. New drought-tolerant plants are proposed throughout the property. And this is a proposed first floor plan of the dwelling. The garage is well integrated along with some interior remodeling and relocation of the bedrooms. And this is the proposed the new second floor plan of the dwelling. And you will see two proposed balconies, the one more rectangular one that faces the street at the front, and one more curvy deck at the rear. Neither of these balconies will pose any privacy issues, as the balconies are fully integrated into the dwelling and the new additions and appropriately set back from the interior, the side and rear property lines. However, a condition is recommended requiring the applicant to revise the drawings to make the front bedroom balcony and the railing more integrated with the roof form of the new attached garage, which is below, which I will discuss more in depth in the upcoming slide. And this is the new roof plan with the second floor roof on top, and you'll see the balconies. The proposed clipped gable roof forms have a 7 and 12 pitch, which recalls the forms of the existing roof forms. The clipped gable roof form is employed throughout most of the project, with the exception of the new attached garage roof, where a hip roof with an integrated second floor balcony is introduced, and that area is currently highlighted in yellow. A condition is recommended to narrow the second floor balcony at bedroom 3, which is the balcony that you see above the garage on the proposed front elevation, at the elevation at the very top. So the condition is recommended to narrow the second floor balcony at bedroom 3 to match the point where the garage roof wraps the sides of the balcony for better integration of the roof. Additionally, you'll see there is a slight awkward interface between the chimney and the adjacent second floor facade. To better integrate the chimney, bedroom 3 could be expanded towards the street and embrace the chimney, with the chimney narrowed at the second floor, allowing for a more balanced roof form to be expressed. The overall massing of the project will be compatible with the adjacent dwellings in terms of scale and proportion. The predominant neighborhood pattern features 1- and 2-story homes on Arito Avenue, in addition to 2-story multifamily apartment buildings, which happen to be actually on the left side of the existing dwelling. The project site is nestled between that 2-story apartment building to the east and a 2-story single-family home to the west and the south at the rear. The applicant's proposal to build a new 2nd-story addition on an existing 1-story dwelling allows for a good transition between all adjacent buildings right next to them. The new 2-story mass is appropriately broken up by the changes in facade planes, balconies, and thoughtful use of the matching exterior cladding materials, which successfully transitions from a 1-story home to a new 2-story dwelling. The existing height, as I've mentioned already, was approximately 22 feet visible from the street. And the new height, including the 2nd-story addition, would be approximately 26 at the front and approximately 27 at the rear due to the gentle slope of the property. And new additions and the garage are all configured to create a recessed entryway, side entryway. The change in cladding materials alternating between the stone and the stucco at the recessed entry also allows for the building to read as smaller scale volumes. The project will include new aluminum clad wood windows with a combination of fixed, hung, and sliding operations for the addition of most of the dwelling, as some windows are to remain while some are to be replaced. The new windows are complementary to the style of the existing dwelling, and it will be recessed with new wooden sills and trim to match what's been there. Overall, the proposed windows are appropriate for the design, and these are the side elevations. The proposed work maintains the existing architectural style of the dwelling through use of the same type of roof forms as you saw through the clipped gable roof forms, and also through the use of similar exterior materials. Colors and materials for the addition include the asphalt roof shingles, light colored stucco, and stone veneer cladding. Overall, the proposed colors and materials complement what has been there and will match the existing style of the building. The applicant has indicated that the colors represented on the colored elevations you just saw in the previous slides are the closest colors he could get on the digital drawings, but that the colors you see right now on the material board here are the more accurate depictions, slightly more yellow. To move on to the guest house, this is the new guest house floor plan and the roof plan. You'll see there is an attached covered patio for the guest house at the rear, which is not visible from the street. Guest house building will use similar exterior materials such as light colored stucco and asphalt roof shingles. A condition is recommended for the applicant to revise the guest house roof plan to provide clipped gabled roof forms at the northern and southern elevations to have a consistent roof style with the primary building. And planning staff received 2 comments in total, 1 comment of concern and 1 comment of opposition. Staff is recommending approval of the project with the 4 conditions as noted in the staff report, and that concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions.
I have a question, Ms. Hum. Typically, when we have cladding materials, we would make those turn the corner, and that would be required in the design guidelines. So that's not called for here. So can you comment about how we should handle that?
Would you specify which elevation you're specifically looking at?
So I'm looking at on page A5, it's the right side elevation. And it would be the garage side of the garage. So the garage facade itself has stone, but not the side.
Yes. So for that, you'll see, if you are able to zoom in, if you're on the computer, you'll see that there's a post of the new gate.
Yeah.
Because the gate will be there and the wrought iron will be also somewhat screening, the the material does not have to go more to wrap the sides, as it did turn the corner. We believe that it was the most logical location for it to wrap and terminate.
Okay. Are there any other questions from board members? Mr.
Thanks very much. I saw that there was a previous application for design review in 2015. So, Ms. Hum, I'm not sure if you were the planner. Do you know of that application and what the differences were?
Yes, so it is basically the same application, but the applicant had personal reasons to not proceed. It is the same application. I have checked the history with the previous planner who worked on it. She has retired since then, Ms. Kathy Duarte. And for that question, I believe the applicant would be able to provide a little bit more information if he wishes to, but just to repeat, the proposal is more or less the same.
That I think that's adequate. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, this is Board Member Simonian for some questions for staff, if I may.
Go ahead.
I noticed staff had some color elevations they were sharing with us. However, my set of drawings that I downloaded don't seem to have any color elevations.
Yes, unfortunately, I received those colored elevations after the plans were sent to board members and made available online. So I actually had included them in the PowerPoint instead, and I could actually send them to you after the meeting or right now if needed.
Yeah. Can you forward them via email to us now,
Yes.
if you can?
Yes, I could do that right now.
The second question I had was, staff mentioned some of the windows are going to be new, which I thought was wood clad, and some of the existing windows are to remain. Is there a diagram that would depict which windows are staying and which windows are being replaced? And you could get back to me on the window one after you send the email, so you're not completely multitasking at the same time.
I see it on sheet A5, if that helps.
And where exactly do you see it?
All right, on sheet A5, there's an E or an N on the windows.
Or the shutters to the vents.
And so what is the material of the existing windows?
Oh, thank you for waiting. I've just forwarded over the drawings, the colored versions. Just a second. So you asked about the existing window material?
It looks like from the window schedule that they look to be wood, list as the existing material. Then it also shows a new material as aluminum wood clad.
Yes, correct. The existing material for the windows were wood.
And are they going to be replaced with aluminum wood clad?
Yes. The ones that are being replaced will be aluminum clad wood.
Okay, I'm not clear here. So it says the existing windows to be retained as wood, not as aluminum wood clad. The window schedule shows them to be with the new material.
Oh.
Some of them are marked as to be retained.
I do notice the discrepancy. I would like to defer this question to our applicant, Mr. Jangosian, when his turn comes up.
Okay. Other questions? Board Member Chagayan, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering if the proposed garage doors are hinged. Like, are they a pair of doors? The way they're currently depicted, it looks like there's a line down the middle. Maybe you can defer that as well to the architect when he speaks. And then my second question was regarding the trim is called out as stucco. If you can clarify. The trim around all the windows and doors. Detail calls it out as stucco trim. But the renderings, of course, don't appear. I just want to clarify, it doesn't mean like it's just a bumped out stucco piece.
If you're referring to the window schedule, Board Member Chagayan, that's typically what's used when there isn't a trim. There's sometimes on a Spanish house a stucco bullnose or just a 90-degree corner kind of stucco edge treatment.
The details actually on A8.1 point to the molding trim as stucco.
Well, then I'll be quiet and let Minji or Chris Agardi handle that one.
Thank you. Sorry, and one last question regarding, again, you can defer this when it's time for the applicant to speak if you're not sure, but in regards to the scale of the stone in the renderings, I'm curious if that is depicting actual size of the stone. It appears a little larger than I think what the specs call out.
I believe the scale of the wood, the stone cladding would be the most accurate on the material board, like the applicant has personally told me prior to this meeting.
Okay, I think, yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, so let's go ahead and have the applicant present their design.
Okay, I guess I'll start. Good evening, and my name is George Sarkisian, and I want to start by thanking you guys giving us opportunity and time to bring this to you, our project. And I want to start by thanking Ms. Minji with this beautiful presentation. I certainly learned a lot about my project from it. I've tried briefly to introduce myself, my family, and why we're doing this and why we're doing it now, to answer some of your questions, and we'll be happy to hear your ideas, recommendations, and hopefully eventually your approval. So I arrived Glendale when I was 21. It's interesting, the previous applicant was also, he started here 30 years ago. So this year will be 30 years that I arrived and went to school and started working in Glendale hospitals. I am in respiratory and pulmonary care, worked in all three Glendale hospitals, and now I'm at Memorial and Verdugo with affiliation to Keck USC. Moved into this house in 1997. Our family purchased it from a very lovely gentleman who happened to be my patient, that I learned later. Love the house, moved in here, been here for 28 years now. And the question to Ms. Smith's question, why now and why we were there 7 years ago. Our family was growing. We had our 3 kids here, and we're about to go in front of the board and present this. But unfortunately, our family got hit by a health challenge, and it became secondary. So we pulled out. right before going in front of you, and now it took about 5 years. We put pieces back together and came back to you with same project with very minor changes recommended recently. My kids are 12, 18, and 20 now. We're living with our grandma. Frankly, the house is very small right now. It's 2 bedrooms for all five of us. And recent COVID challenges even highlighted that even more. Kids going to school from here, work from here. And also, there are other emotional attachments to this house. Is built in 1924. It's the year my dad was born, and when I found the house, it was immediate attachment to it, and we love it. We did our best to do TLC and keep it as it is as long as we could. Unfortunately, it's falling apart because of its age. And we would love to bring this back to 2021 with today's design and safety recommendations and make it livable again. Seems like this is something it's being done once every 100 years or so. We want to do it in a fashion, in a way that it will last long and serve the family, the neighborhood. Hopefully, we with our architect Vartan did a good job by making sure that it matches the neighborhood, the scale, concerns of our neighbors and all that. And we certainly are open to whatever recommendations will come forward. And to save some time for us, I will just answer any other questions you would have discussing this project and give it back to you. Thank you.
Are there questions, Board Member Smith?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a quick question because the plans, and thank you for your explanation of the previous project. It was just lurking. The plans show adding false stone to the existing chimney to extend it. What is the material of the existing chimney?
With all material and architectural questions, I'm going to have to defer it to my architect, Vartan, because I'm not that picky, frankly. I just want it to work. And obviously, we will work something out together. He picked a lot of stuff for me, and I trust him. So I will have him answer the details of, and there were several other questions I think that defers to him.
Mr. Jangosian, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Not yet. You're on mute, Vartan.
Hello?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Vartan Jangosian. I'm working in Glendale almost 4 years. And there was opportunity to work on this project. And the main target was, when working on the project, keep the character of the existing house and keep the integrity of the house. And there was not much to do creating something new than, working with the house, whatever, almost 70% is there. And materials and any kind of material we are using, we just matching whatever we have existing. The stone, stucco, and about the chimney stone, it's exactly going to be same stone, whatever we have right now, because we need to make some extension because of building requirements. It has to be higher than roof. And all over that roof material, we're trying to do everything, whatever we can do maximum. And all the setbacks, again, we work with the existing house. And I think, and Minji gave us a lot of information. And I want to take the opportunity to thank you all planning staff, especially Minji. She worked very hard on this project. And I'm ready to answer all the questions, whatever you have, because nothing to add, whatever is there, is there.
So first of all, there was a question about the stone on the chimney. It appears to be different than the stone veneer. So can you clarify that for us, what is the exact materials?
Okay, the very first rendering, which was done, stone was a little bit different, but after then we worked with the Minji and we changed the specification. We just gonna follow whatever we have over there existing.
And can you confirm, please, because some of the elevations showed the little section between the front door and the garage as being stucco, but the rendering and the latest elevation that was just emailed to us seemed to show it as also with the wood veneer, with the stone veneer. Is that correct, that it will be stone veneer on the
It's going to be stone veneer to just balance front elevation, because existing house, like you can see in the pictures, it's a stone veneer. And the new portion we're going to do stone veneer, just balance the front elevation.
Okay. Were there Board Member Smith? You have an outstanding question still?
I do. On sheet A7, the note says that the stone veneer is going to extend the chimney. The chimney is actual stone. Are you going to extend the stone chimney using stone veneer?
Ma'am, that stone veneer or stone, whatever was used, 1924, it's hard to get now, but fortunately the technology is allowing to have the same look, same color, stone veneer, any kind of stone veneer we can match with existing. That when we're putting that on the building, I mean, we cannot determine that is a real stone or the veneer. But the character, the most important character, we can match the building. And if, let's say, a little bit color-wise is differences, we can make a sand blazing and to bring the freshness to the existing stone too.
So is your answer the existing natural stone veneer chimney will be extended using a false stone veneer?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure, because we didn't break any stone over there to find out how thick is the existing stone. But again, during the construction, the contractor has to verify everything and follow up to whatever is going to match. But for this point, from design point, we specify everything exactly to match existing. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from board members for the applicant? Okay, so do we have any callers on this item?
Yes, we have one caller this evening, Ms. Catherine Yurka. Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hello again, everyone. My name is Kathy Yurka, and I'm calling on behalf of the Verdugo Woodlands West Homeowners Association. This project falls within our boundaries. I wanted to start by saying that I'm very glad to see that the owners are retaining the existing house rather than throwing away a perfectly good house, because I think that's just environmentally irresponsible. I do think, though, there are design challenges associated with adding to a second story, a new first and second story to a house that is so tall because of the steeply sloping roof. And I think that the front-facing facade ends up being rather awkward in ways that staff acknowledge but also exceeds their comments. which, and I agree that the chimney is awkwardly incorporated. I think they're right that the balconies don't provide privacy issues, but I think the front one may provide a design issue. And you'll all be relieved to hear that I won't design this building and I can't design this building, but I would like you to consider some things. First of all, perhaps I'd like you to consider if the small courtyard behind the garage is coming at the expense of an integrated high-quality design at the front. I'd like you to consider whether a front balcony may not be the best design solution for the front of the property, and also whether the garage needs to be larger than what the code requires. It is quite a large. When you look at the story poles, I mean, it is. Because of the roof height, it is quite a large addition. And I just would like you to maybe think beyond what staff has suggested in terms of creating something more elegant at the front. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. No other callers?
There are no other callers.
Okay, does the applicant or the architect want to weigh in or comment on that? And also give you an opportunity to, if you want to address the conditions that the staff has recommended to us.
I believe all that recommendation, it's well done, and even benefiting to the project, which has been made during the design work. And I appreciate all that comments, and I believe Mr. Sarkisian liked that too, and I don't see any problem with that, and I really liked all the comments to follow up after we start working.
Okay, thank you. So we will close the public hearing and open it up for board member comments. Board member Smith, I'll let you go first this time.
Mr. Chair, this is board member Simonian. Can I ask a question? I'm so sorry. Can I ask a question for staff before we start?
Sure. Sorry, I didn't see your hand raised.
I know. It's obviously, as I'm doing this without video, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage, but thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering if staff could perhaps add a little more detail or color or even an explanation, or maybe even share their screen, because I'm having a hard time understanding conditions number 1 and 2 as to their intent.
Yes, let me share my screen and go back to the pages that will refer to that condition. So condition number 1, you said, right?
Correct. 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Are you able to see this? See the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yeah.
That condition, I'll just read it out loud. So the proposed condition number 1 is revise the roof plan to successfully introduce the new attached garage's hip roof with an integrated balcony by narrowing the second floor balcony at bedroom 3 to match the point where the garage roof wraps the sides of the balcony. But just to go back to the roof plan, that area that we were talking about is the yellow highlighted area.
What this is doing is, you can see on the left and right-hand side of the garage roof that the stucco railing projects out so that it's somewhat lopsided when you look at it from the side view.
I see.
And then,
I see.
and then the next condition, number 2. The roof over bedroom number 3 is not completed. It is behind the chimney, but the condition is to pull the wall out further. If the existing chimney could actually be made narrower, it wouldn't have to be pulled out too much. But the idea would be to pull it forward enough so that the entire roof could be expressed over that bedroom.
So basically pull the facade of that gable end forward.
Yes.
Okay.
So in essence, move the fascia closer to the street and provide more of a roof presence versus stucco.
Because with the chimney having to go up, over, to the 2 feet over the tallest roof, it really makes for a very large chimney there. And so the idea is that the building embracing a little more and having the building read more and the roof trim, that would help integrate it.
Thank you so much.
So would the stucco then cover the portion of the chimney, or would the chimney still be fully visible, just more in in behind the plane of the facade?
That's up to you. The idea was that the chimney could still read behind. Maybe the stucco is coming, a few inches behind the stone.
Okay.
Yeah, our intent behind that condition was that currently the existing condition, I'll just go back to the slide to show. The chimney is really integrated into the building, even in the existing photos as well. You'll see that it kind of tapers up as well, and it doesn't draw too much attention. But currently, the way it is proposed and how it is in front of the gable fascia, it draws attention, and it does take a bit away from the entire building and focuses on that chimney alone. So that was our intent, to minimize that.
Okay. Any other follow-up questions? Okay. Board Member Simone, you can lower your hand now. Okay, so where were we with Board Member Smith? Go ahead.
Thanks so much. So in looking at this and trying to really listen to the applicants, I heard the words about keeping the character of the home, having owned it for 25 years, and that it's falling apart now. You probably do know that houses that are hundreds of years old can be maintained. So I'm not quite buying that, and the idea that this is keeping its integrity by adding jerkin head roofs here and there, I'm also unfortunately not buying. However, in looking at this, in light of the comprehensive design guidelines, I see a number of things that we talked about in the last case that I don't expect you to have watched, which is that part of the purpose of design review is to ensure that new development relates well to its surrounding context and enhances the overall built environment, and that ensuring that single family design is compatible with the character that's inherent within the surrounding neighborhood. I looked at the surrounding neighborhood and I see that there are, I think at least 3 multifamily buildings there. Other than the multifamily, there are not very many 2-story. I think there are 2, maybe 3 2-story single family houses. So I question how well this project relates to its context. That the second floor that's proposed is the exact same width as the first floor facing the street. I looked at the prevailing pattern of garages, and of all those single family homes, only 2 have garages that are at the facade of the house and face the street. This is a lot of garage right at the street. So I absolutely understand this is your dream house, but it's a lot of house facing the street, unfortunately. So the development pattern on surrounding blocks is intended to be not exactly followed, but taken cues from. So the sloped roofs, the reuse of the clipped gable is I agree with staff that it would be helpful to have a clipped gable or two on the guest house. I also I caution the applicant and their designer about the scale of the clipped gables and their relationship to the very large house. There is a specific formula of a roof and a clipped gable, and it can be done, I think, in better proportion. On the second floor, on the right side of the elevation, where there's an intersecting side gabled roof. If that large roof form were deleted, that second floor would seem smaller. Reducing the apparent mass should be part of the intent of the designer. This is a very sweet, homey 1920s clipped gable bungalow, and it's going to become a big dream house with stone. The stone doesn't exactly relate to the existing house. The stone relates more to what's been added to the house that's there. So also in the design guidelines that we're tasked with ensuring that this project follows, it states that the development pattern should be followed. So these characteristics are significantly different. So the proposal probably could be reduced so that it would fit in better. The existing chimney is natural stone. Adding false stone to that natural stone would not be successful, I think, in anyone's design book. There is natural stone that's available. I'm not sure if it would be an exact match. It could be possible. It may not be possible. But the idea that the plans call for adding false stone to a natural stone chimney is, I can't say strongly enough, not a good design idea. I see that the house has been much altered that's there. It's a little bit too bad that it has been already. The design guidelines state that design alternatives that minimize the view of the garage from the street and or reduce the amount of driveway are preferred. I didn't study the plan strongly enough to see if it's even possible to have a smaller garage that's accessed from the side. I think that would absolutely be preferable and would be more in keeping with the intent of the design guidelines. The architectural recognition and tradition of mass and scale, the transition of mass and scale, I just think that second floor seems absolutely as big as the first floor. The proposed large balcony over the garage feels like a little bit too much. It could just terminate in only that roof instead of the very visible railing, or make that. I think it would be better to make that that balcony smaller, or do away with it entirely, because it's facing the front. I don't think that it would probably be used very well. The design decisions regarding the bays and the transition between the first and second floor, I think could be handled a little bit better. What you're dealing with is a small scale house that has some high exterior walls, but it just feels like it's being pumped up into a giant house. So more definition of bays where some are stepped out, some are recessed, I think could help. The perceived scale and mass seems as proposed now to be as big as it can be. It's not, there aren't any little design features that make it seem to be smaller. So I think if the second floor were stepped in a little bit on each side, it would help. It would seem more like that style of house. I'm concerned about the confusion in the drawings. I understand that they're at an early stage, but reusing windows and replacing windows are two entirely different things. You know, adding faux stone on real stone, I don't even think would be possible. I think it's a pretty large house. It's a little bit large for the neighborhood. The paved area in front in order to serve those large garage is pretty great. It just needs to relate better to the existing scale of the neighborhood. The predominant neighborhood pattern isn't really two-story houses. So while I see that you're onto something to honor the intent of the original design, I just think that this could be done in a way that allows it to fit into the neighborhood better and allows it to use some of those existing features a little bit better. So for those reasons, I don't think it entirely conforms to the concepts that we're tasked with enforcing, which are the comprehensive design guidelines.
Thank you. Board Member Simonian, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think that the addition is a reasonable addition, and I do think that the applicant has done a fairly good job in trying to integrate a second story onto the existing building. This specific style would be a bit challenging to add a second story to, but they've done it in a manner that seems to relate well to the existing. Staff has some comments. I have some comments as well, or recommendations that I think will further the design and make it that much more compatible with the existing. But in general, I do like to start my thoughts and comments that I do support the project. In regards to some of the items that have been discussed, I'm really going to focus in on the items that I believe we could improve upon this evening. One of which is that front balcony facing the street. I do think staff's comments of extending the roof and minimizing the chimney is a good one. I also agree with staff in that sliver of stucco in and around the roof surrounding the balcony is a bit awkward, and that could probably integrate itself better. Even I think if that color wasn't painted the yellow and it was painted a gray, would certainly help. But I would like to kind of just start off by saying that from what I understand, applicant is attempting to match the existing stone veneer of the building. And from what it seems like, that the original stone of the chimney does not match the veneer that was added to some years later, probably. And so I'm under the assumption that the applicant with the addition is going to match the existing stone veneer as depicted in the front of the house to the rest of the home. I actually think that the stone veneer that's integrated or as illustrated today on the house in the front is a better looking stone than the chimney. So I would recommend eliminating the existing stone of the chimney and using the veneer, because I absolutely agree with Board Member Smith in that when you integrate a new veneer next to an existing stone, you're never going to be able to make those match. So we might as well pick a direction that's more plausible, which is replacing the existing chimney, since it's already going to be made taller, with stone veneer. So I'm in agreement with staff's conditions 1 and 2, and I think of conditions number 3 and 4. The only item that I would really add is that this home is situated next to a multifamily, which is situated to its north. And so the left side facade doesn't really bother me as much because it's left side, or is it the other side? Well, the facade
right.
on the right side, which is where the balcony is proposed and where the wrought iron gate is, I do think it would make sense to extend the stone veneer on that side because it is going to be very visible with the driveway. That would really be the only other condition I would really add. In regards to a clarification, from what I understood, applicant is proposing some sort of a wood-clad window. And so I would say that the new window should match the existing windows with look and quality. So that concludes my comments, and we could certainly have a little more discussion as the other board members speak. But overall, I think it's in a good direction. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Chagayan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So overall, I would say that I am in agreement with staff's report and conditions, particularly the two that you went over in further detail regarding that balcony. I do think that that balcony in the front is a little excessive. It's just as large as the bedroom, if not a little larger. So I think it would be a good decision, not only design-wise, but yeah, to minimize that balcony, and it'll help with that front design and detailing. I appreciate the applicant's and architect's desire to want to embrace what's currently there. We don't necessarily see that often, and as one of the callers stated previously, that at least we're not tearing down the entire house. So I appreciate that, and trying to carry that design and expand the house to their current needs. I don't have much to add other than what my fellow board members already stated. I noticed in the existing house that there is sort of a horizontal siding up on the attic portion. Over on the side, it's a suggestion maybe that might help with the expanse of the stucco. I agree that it's a little bit too much in terms of just being all stucco. It needs some sort of a visual break. Maybe that would help. The one thing that's working for the applicant in this case, because normally, I would say this is probably a large addition, but the fact that the existing house already has that very large roof, high-pitched roof, is sort of helping not make this too much of a visual impact. I noticed on the back side the existing house had 2 dormers. We're removing one, keeping one, maybe to help eliminate the expansive roof on the front side. We could add another a dormer there. Not sure. I mean, doesn't have to be a condition, just some thoughts as I'm going through this. I do agree about the stone and the chimney that board members Simonian and Smith discussed. overall, I would support the project with the conditions as stated, and as Board Member Simonian said, maybe we can discuss any additional ones we might want to state, but maybe eliminate the glass in the garage doors. I don't think it's necessary, really. The back house, I noticed, has a different style of window introduced that has mullions. I would recommend just keeping the same vocabulary, design language between the main house and the back house. But overall, that's the extent of my comments.
Earlier you raised the question about the stucco trims. Do you want to? Go ahead.
I mean, I'm gonna take the rendering more as the design, intent than the call out. So I would assume, and maybe the architect could clarify that.
Well, we can just specify that he's not going to speak anymore. So we'll just, if we could specify that it should be the wood.
Yes, I would agree. I don't think it should be a bump.
Could you clarify? Could you please clarify that, what you just decided?
Earlier, I asked the question about there is a detail that it points to the molding trim as stucco. Okay. So I would say that it should, not be, and hopefully, if everyone agrees, then we could put that as a condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Board Member Minas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and staff, for preparation of the very thoughtful conditions. I honestly like the design of this addition in the front, and I like the fact that the architect has done a great job integrating the second story addition at the front with some setback, of course, that contains the balcony. And considering that this building to begin with already has a pretty high attic, the addition, second story addition, really doesn't really contribute to a massive considerable out of scale size of the house. I mean, from the street, in fact, I like the balcony because looking from the street, it breaks down the elevation of the building, and it's not just a straight line up, but there's a recess, and I like that that design. With regard to matching the chimney stones, real stone with other kinds, I agree with both Board Member Simonian and Ms. Smith that probably a uniform type of material would work best for the chimney. I do not really, however, agree with Board Member Smith regarding, the houses that can last 200 years. Based on my, long time experience with similar wood frame structures, and considering the humidity in this area, the useful life of wood frame structure in our part of the country is 50 years and stretching to 75 years. After that period, because of the humidity, many destructions, deterioration occurs to wood members, and this addition is going to give the opportunity to the owner to reinforce the foundation, bolt down the studs to the foundation, tie down, bolt down, and increase the safety and public safety of this project. Overall, I like the design. It is not, a situation where you're adding a full story over a part of building. Again, as I indicated, repeating myself, the high attic has really contributed to for this building not to have excessive mass because of the partial second-story addition. And I would go along with staff conditions, and I like the design. I'll be good with this.
Okay, thank you. For my part, I also appreciate the fact that they are preserving, the elemental bones of this house. Notwithstanding deferred maintenance, a house built in the 1920s, I'm sure has very good bones and is a good foundation on which to build. And as was pointed out, the very high, steep roof, really does lend itself to being, amenable to a second-story addition that's well incorporated. I think the bulk of the second-story addition, I think, is well incorporated, but where it just doesn't work for me is this hip roof above the garage and how the garage is done. It just isn't very well integrated at all. And my preference, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, is that the garage itself should be pulled back and been brought in line with that window, which is where the living room is behind it. If you do that, then the roof form can follow straight along that facade and cover the garage. And it still would allow a little bit of space for a balcony, but frankly, I don't think the balcony really should be there, and it shouldn't be what dictates the design. So you could actually bring that bedroom facade all the way up to meet that roof form. And I think that would be a much more successful integration of it into the project. And what should be giving up is, as one of the callers pointed out, just this little sort of patio, which is, covered and I doubt would ever be used. I think that you could definitely incorporate a better design there. The other element would be, and I think Board Member Smith was alluding to this, in the furthest upper right portion, there's a big roof form that sticks out. And the only reason that roof form is necessary is because the design jogs out 2 feet. So if you could eliminate that 2-foot jog out there for that back part of the house, I think you could eliminate that entire roof form, and it would considerably reduce that massive look to the design and not really come at a big cost in square footage. I looked at the plans. I think, the rooms will be smaller, but a little bit tighter, but I think it could still work. And I think it would be a more successful outcome overall. So those are my points. I also concur about using of the stone veneer on the chimney. I think that would be a better articulation for the final design. And those are my comments. So would anyone like to respond to my comments or to other comments that were made by other board members?
Mr. Chair, this is Board Member Simonian.
Go ahead.
Can you clarify your thoughts one more time about how the balcony above the garage should be revised, if you would?
So,
please? Thank you.
Yeah, it's really more about the hip roof form, and if we took the garage doors and that wall there and moved it back so it was in line with the other portion of the front of the house. There's a wall that's recessed from the main facade. Is where the living room is. And if it was just a solid wall straight across, then the roof form that exists on the existing house could just continue across along that front, and it would eliminate the need for the hip roof form, which is what bothers me about it.
I see.
And that would still allow for some portion of balcony in there. I think you could squeeze a balcony in there, but it would probably be more like a 5 or 6 foot balcony.
So in essence, Chair Welch, would the new patio that's located behind the garage then be somewhat eliminated, I guess, right?
Yes, it would. I mean, it would have to shrink down, by about half. So I'm not sure that it would really be worth keeping it at that point in time. But you could do some other things to really work the design in that area.
Um, I also had some thoughts about that balcony as well, facing the street. So I think as what you have just pointed out is a solution. I also thought Ms. Chagayan's comments about the use of existing siding on the upper portions of the attic might be a good use as well, especially on that side facade where we have the vast amounts of stucco. And so as we are coming to the tail end of this discussion, it seems as though we have some comments from staff. We have one solution by Chairperson Welch in regards to pushing the garage back and thereby reducing the amount of the balcony, or even eliminating in its entirety and continuing the existing roof over, and possibly even integration of some siding, horizontal siding, in the upper portions of the stucco on the driveway side. Those would be some conditions that we could perhaps integrate in addition to staff's conditions.
There was one other recommendation in there about eliminating that roughly 2-foot projection. Is that what it was? So that the roof form would go away, that you see on the right-hand side at the second floor. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. If you look at the right side elevation, there's a clipped gable end that presents itself on that elevation that really only has to be there because of that 2-foot extension of the floor.
So the gable end with your proposal would completely go away.
Correct. It would be unnecessary. And you could accomplish that by maybe a 1-foot reduction of that and a 1-foot width increase on the others to make it match. But it would significantly reduce the presentation of the house on the front elevation.
Chairman Welch, can I ask staff to share the screen again so we could pinpoint the exact area you're referring to?
So I was looking at sheet A5.
Yeah, the elevations
Yes.
are helpful.
Yes. So if you look at the facade on the top elevation there, in the upper right-hand portion, there's this roof form that's visible. That's if you were to just push that the floor plan in by 2 feet to align it with that the more forward portion with the front bedroom, then you would have no need for that gable end to be in the elevation.
I see. So in essence, you're referring to, if we're looking at the upper level plan, the master bathroom area, or would it be bedroom number 3's bathroom area?
It would be probably the master bedrooms. Yes, exactly where the pointer is pointing. That little bump out of 2 feet you see there.
And if that were pulled back, except for the walk-in closet, the addition could even come back into the roof area, the attic area a little bit, so they wouldn't necessarily have to reduce the size of the master.
So that was what I was proposing. If we don't have consensus on that, that's fine. But I was thinking that would be a help to reducing that second story framing element.
I would agree with that, actually, now that you pointed it out. And if staff can go to sheet A7, the section number 2, where you can see how that much of roof is really not needed, actually. I mean, it's such a small corner that is protruding, as you pointed out. So whether it's shifting that second story back, but then we kind of lose the, you know, in and out on one side? Or is it just reducing that mass of roof and keeping the floor plan this as is? I don't know. I think we can discuss, but I agree that it doesn't have to be that tall.
Perhaps just a follow-up, Ms. Chagayan, on your thoughts, and also Chairperson's Welch, is we keep it a bit more general and literally just point out the area of the roof mass as just indicated on sheet A7, section number 2 on the left side, and the intent is to eliminate that pop out. Now, whether, you know, the applicant decides to reduce square footage or just repositioning and redesigning the roof in that area to be more consistent would meet our intent.
Okay, Board Member Smith?
Thank you. I've had my hand up for quite a while.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. I understand. So in keeping with what you all are talking about, I bring your attention to sheet A7, section 1. You may notice that the attic is almost 7 feet 3 inches high. And what that does is just make a very big, tall house more big and tall. I would recommend that attic area be reduced to maybe 2 or 3 feet, just an interstitial area that's adequate for HVAC equipment and that equipment, because there's a really high attic that just brings the whole thing up and increases its mass, its height, its everything. And normally in a house with clipped gables, you end up with little places where the ceiling in a room may be interrupted, and it creates charm and character. So I don't know if there's any support for that, but that's among my other suggestions.
I think the only way that works is if you start having like some angled walls in some of the rooms, because the slope of the roof kind of defines that. This is a section directly through the tipped ends of the gables. So I don't think that it can be done unless you sacrifice that. You have some of those angled walls in the upper floor rooms.
It's okay with me. People have lived with those for centuries in their wood frame buildings.
Yeah.
I was about to chime in as well. Sorry, just to say that would also, because the pitch of the roof would change, it would change that front gable roof to be a different pitch. So
I don't think she's talking about changing the pitch. I think she's just talking about bringing it down lower. So you're lowering the side walls in the bedrooms.
oh, and the side walls. Okay,
Yes.
let me look at it. Sorry.
This is Board Member Simonian. I support some of the comments earlier, but I particularly don't have an issue with the higher attic, and I don't want to get into a situation where we're completely redesigning this addition. As depicted, I think it meets a lot of our criteria, and I think with some of the comments that have been made as it relates to the balcony, the master bathroom portion of the roof, continuing the stone veneer on the driveway side, perhaps integrating siding on the upper levels, and not having as much stucco, and having a more consistent stone veneer will get us there. But I wouldn't really support lowering the attic height. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's see if staff has been able to assemble a coherent list of conditions here.
I need clarification. Was the decision to move the garage in or not? Is there a
That
consensus?
was what I was proposing. I don't know if there's a consensus, but
Okay, is there a consensus that the face of the garage should align with the wall of the living room?
I would support maybe pulling it back enough to eliminate the hip roof. I understand the how I think it bothered all of us that and it was covered in the first condition, I believe, about that balcony and that roof relationship. I'm not sure if lining it completely flat with that wall is the answer. So maybe there's a way to.
I think my main point was that the existing roof line be able to carry across above the garage to eliminate the hip roof. You're right. It doesn't have to be in line. The overhangs are about, like, I think 1.5 feet, 18 inches. So, you know, there's a wide overhang there. So it possibly doesn't have to be quite as far back as that wall. But the idea was that it fits underneath the plane of the existing roof that can carry over and eliminate the need for the hip roof form.
Okay. Is there a consensus on that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, so the garage wall should be pulled back so that the main roof can extend across and integrate better, eliminating the hip roof form. I assume there was no consensus on the elimination of the 2-foot projection on the right side elevation.
I think we can word that as Board Member Simonian said, you know, to work with staff to see what could be done to minimize that.
Okay. Then we had used the same stone veneer on the chimney so that will match. We have that the new windows should match the existing windows, and that the trim around the windows should not be in stucco. We also have incorporating horizontal siding. I'm not clear on where that area is in particular.
I think it's the gable on the side facade.
Okay.
Can I go back and share the existing photo that zooms in on the actual sightings that we're talking about really quick?
Okay.
Sure. And real quick, while she's pulling that up, I think you said stone veneer still, and I believe the consensus was try to not use the veneer. Or am I wrong? Somebody chime in.
I thought the existing stone that's on the building right now, not the chimney, but the existing was being matched, and that should also be used on the chimney. That was my understanding.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well.
Okay.
The intent is to use the existing stone veneer that is on the front of the house.
Right, right, exactly. There was also Board Member Chagayan suggested eliminating the windows in the garage door. Is there a consensus?
I don't particularly find issue with the windows in the garage door.
Okay. However, another suggestion was that the vocabulary of the windows in the garage matched the house. I don't hear.
I think that was at the guest house in the back, not at the garage.
Oh, I'm sorry, at the guest house. Okay. So there should be some similarity, proportions, scale.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. And then you were, that will probably, because of these conditions, it will will follow what staff had, except 1 and 2 will probably change. Did I catch everything?
Oh, I think that's all I needed clarification on. I think board member Simonian mentioned that the stone veneer should wrap more on the right side elevation. I just wanted to make sure that's what we all want.
You're correct on that, Minji. And the question would be, well, that'll be a little different now because of the garage going back. So we would have to try to find a logical termination for that.
Since we know that the stone veneer on the house today is not original and it awkwardly runs all the way up to the eave next to the chimney, I think if we kept the datum line that's kind of established where the wood transitions, just using that as a concept as we move around the house might be valuable.
And I think that's it.
Okay. So is there a motion to move approval with conditions as just laid out?
I move approve the project with the conditions as just laid out.
I second it.
Okay. We have a motion and second. Can we do roll call, please?
Board Member Smith?
No.
Board Member Chagayan?
Yes.
Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Member Minas?
Yes.
And Chair Welch?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Board Member Simonian. Did I understand that correctly, that Board Member Smith just seconded the motion, but then voted against the approval?
Yes.
Can you explain how that makes sense, Board Member Smith?
Sure. It's in order to move this along, and it's absolutely allowed in Robert's rules. It was used probably about 6 or 8 months ago by Chair Welch before he was chair. No one questioned it. The last 2 times I've used it, it's been questioned. So maybe just study your Robert's rules.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it being legal or not legal. Just the logic behind it seemed odd. So I'm not talking about.
I could say the same about a lot of your decisions, but I'm not. Thank you.
There's no logic behind it except that it's legal. Okay. On that note, Chairman Welch, can we take a 5-minute recess, perhaps?
Yes, that would be fine. I think we all need a little bit of a break here. So 5-minute recess and we will return. Yes.
Chair Melch?
Yes, sir.
Before that, I believe that there were 2 board members who are in a position where they have to leave after this item. And so I'd like them to make the announcement, please, if possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I believe Board Member Smith already logged off. I don't see her, but I unfortunately have to excuse myself, but I was told there's still quorum, and good night to all of you. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And just to Board Member Smith also had to leave after the last item. So
okay,
we do have a quorum.
Okay.
Before we go, I just want to thank you guys for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're gone for 5 minutes and we'll be back at 7:36.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back from our recess. We are ready to move on to the next item on the agenda for 3035 Edgewick Road.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Great. So good evening, board members. So this next project, it is at 3035 Edgewick Road. The project is proposing to construct a 3,260 square foot, 2-story, a single family residence with an attached 432 square foot garage on an undeveloped vacant lot, which is 8,581 square feet. It is an uphill topography. The subject site has an average current slope of 35.5% for the entire site. And the building footprint area is 29.3%. That is the average current slope just for the building footprint. The grading that is proposed is 950 cubic yards of cut, 115 cubic yards of fill, and 835 cubic yards of export. And the site will provide a minimum of 40% required open space at 3,430 square feet, which will remain ungraded. And the project is exempt from CEQA review. It is new construction, and the proposal again is to construct a new single family house, which will provide 1,730 square feet of habitable area on the first floor and 1,407 square feet of habitable area on the second floor. These are some views of the property. And the project being located in the R1R restricted residential zone, as indicated previously, and I'll refer back to these photos so you can see it is somewhat uphill condition, actually significant uphill topography at the toe of the slope. And then once you're above that, like actually on the above the toe, it is somewhat more flatter, but it still is gradually sloping uphill. But it's not as steep as the toe of the slope adjacent to the street. There are 2 oaks on the property which will be removed. The urban forestry staff has reviewed it and also reviewed the arborist report as well, provided by the applicant. And there are conditions associated with it. In fact, I will discuss that a little later in the presentation, where our arborist will require or has conditioned that the project provide 4 new oaks on the property. This is another view of the proposed project, and this is the proposed site plan. The driveway access at the front, there's only one accessible roadway, which is Edgewick Road in this case. And there are retaining walls being proposed, and you do have that information in your packet. There are specific drawings that refer to the location of walls and stairs at the front of the property, as well as on the south side of the property and the back. And I will go into that a little further. As part of the project, the site plan does identify the location of the future proposed ADU, or the accessory dwelling unit. But again, as you are aware, that would be under a separate process. There's no design review per se for the ADU, but it is important so that you can review the project holistically as to what is being proposed on the site. But again, the ADU is a separate process and requires a separate permit, subject to the ADU ordinance. The proposed floor plans, the garage level, again, it's attached garage, 2-car garage, and there is elevator access to the upper levels. this first level, actual livable area, is where the main entry to the house is located. And then the second level provides bedrooms. Also, there is an open deck proposed, which is shown on the site plan as well as the plan before you, which is the landscape plan, where it shows the location of the roof deck and at the back of the property, as well as along the south side. I will go into this information shortly, but before I do, I'd like to first kind of discuss a little bit of the site planning, some of our staff comments before I jump into the elevation. So I'm going to go back to the site plan here. And again, the site, we would like to bring to your attention that, as noted in the staff report, the site plan does show the detached ADU, and staff is recommending that the proposed ADU concept be revised to minimize the length and amount of walkways proposed to access the ADU. And that retaining walls to create level pads be eliminated. And that would be this area back here. Other than that, the proposed location, the setbacks do comply with code. Again, the site does steeply slope uphill from the street. It rises approximately 10 feet in the first 12 feet from the toe of the slope. The toe of the slope is located approximately 7 feet from the property line. And the subject site, again, as I indicated earlier, does have an overall average current slope of 35.5%, and the building footprint is 29.3. Therefore, a two-story house would be allowed. That's the maximum allowed on this site, not three-story. But I will explain a little more in detail based on the code why this project is a two-story, not a three-story house. I mentioned earlier, as far as the ungraded open space that they are proposing does comply with code, but to, again, reduce the visual impacts, the walls at the front of the house, we are suggesting that the walls at the front of the house to be eliminated and or reduced, meaning the retaining walls, both at the front and the rear of the house, unless the walls are required to comply with the building code. In terms of the material for the house, or in this case for the walls, it is appropriate. To reduce visual impacts, the walls at the front of the house are designed with decorative planters, which blend with the hillside to integrate. And I will show that here. If you can see the front elevation. And let me go to probably a rendering would probably be more helpful. Here we go. We're referring to these retaining walls. How the material that's being used, they're stone cladded again to match the front facade. As far as the driveway, we have some comments in the report about that. And so the new it's a 19-foot driveway, deep driveway by 21 foot 6 inches wide. And the proposed slope is 9.6%. So they're flattening quite a bit of that hillside. And again, this driveway will provide access to the garage. The sand textured material and the scored concrete is compatible with the design of the house. Staff does have a condition, however, that we are suggesting to increase the driveway slope. The code allows a maximum of 20% to further reduce the height of the garage and use decorative pavers in an earth tone color to visually diminish that expanse of the concrete paving, and a 1-foot planting strip at the base of the 5-foot high retaining wall on the right side of the driveway. So that would be in here. And let me go to the retaining walls are not actually shown here, but they are visible on the rendering. So it would be along this side that we are suggesting the 1-foot planter strip at the base of that retaining wall. Okay. And again, it's recommended that the applicant propose some sort of landscaping like vines, again, to enable screening that wall. As far as the landscaping, we've discussed the protected trees. We've discussed that they will need to comply with the city's urban forestry common. And as conditioned, we talked about, and let me go back to the landscape plan so you can see that they are proposing 4 oak trees per the urban forestry's common. Okay, and overall, the proposed plant palette reflects native plants and provides a natural look to minimize a visual impact. And I'd like to now move along to the mass and scale section of your report. So the project proposes, as indicated, to a 2-story structure and a partial roof deck out along the side and at the back. The adjacent home to the north is a 2-story house. However, the adjacent property to the south is a 1-story residence. So as proposed, the new 2-story house does not appear to relate well to the adjacent 1-story on the south side due to the home's mass and 2-story living room volume on the south side. And let me go to this elevation here. This would be the south elevation that we are referring to in your staff report under building relates to its surrounding context subheading. So staff is suggesting that for better integration, the adjacent 1-story, again, better integration with the adjacent 1-story home to the south, staff recommends stepping back the 2-story volume on the living room significantly. We suggest about 10 feet plus or minus, which would equate to a bay window, and reducing the height to approximately the railing height at the 2nd floor for that portion of the living room. And let's go really quick and discuss and go over the overall height of the building and number of stories. So in this case, the height maximum allowed in the code is 32 feet, right? There's a flat roof that's being proposed, 2 stories. Now, according to the code, the vertical chimneys under the height definition, chimneys, vents, utility service structures, or portions of a building located below the ground surface existing at the time of construction and exposed as a result of excavation to create a door, window, or ventilation, and in this case, the garage door and the man door, shall not be included in the measurement of the vertical height dimension. So in this case, the applicant is taking the height from approximately where I'm showing. You can look at your drawing where I've identified this 32-foot height. Again, excavation for purposes of creating the door opening. This project, as proposed based on this illustration, appears to comply with that regulation. Now, in terms of stories, this project is a two-story home. And that is the maximum allowed for this site because the average current slope is less than 40%. The zoning code indicates that a basement cellar, parking garage, or unused underfloor space shall not be considered a story if 3 feet or less above grade. So if you look at your diagrams, and here's one that the applicant has provided, the project, first of all, the existing or the average or grade, which is the average top or curb, is approximately 1034. Grade elevation is 1036.66. So proposed approximate is less than 3 feet above grade. It's 2.66 feet. And here's again the diagram to identify the location of grade. This would, in this case, this represents where approximately the area of where the garage would be below grade. Okay. And the reason why I'm highlighting is this point is and emphasizing is because it has been brought up by at least one of the residents in the area. So I wanted to kind of make that clear for the callers or for anyone interested about this property. In terms of scale and proportions section in the report, staff does have some suggestions, and minimizing the building's mass and scale along the south side, again, is discussed in the neighborhood context section of the report, and can be addressed through step backs at the two-story living room volume by partially reducing the ceiling height. Additionally, to further reduce the overall height, staff recommends eliminating, and let me get to the split level. Let me get to that section. There's a split level. I'm going to look for the cross section, but there's a split level within that volume. And excuse me if I'm going too fast, but I want to, okay, found it. So that would be in here. If you notice my screen, there are some stairs here. So in that area, staff is suggesting again to reduce the overall height by potentially eliminating the split level of the master suite and lowering the entire first floor area by approximately 2 feet 6 inches. Another consideration to reduce the visual mass would be to relocate the elevator to the interior of the building and orient the view towards the street and reduce the length or depth of the building overhangs facing the street along the south sides, north and south of the building, and increase the driveway slope to further reduce the height of the garage, which we discussed earlier. Okay. In terms of the roof forms, again, it's a flat roof, which is appropriate to the contemporary style of the house. And now I would like to kind of go over the design detailing section in your report briefly. Again, the development features a contemporary style that again provides a variety of volumes, materials, and details for architectural effect. If there's a combination of colors and materials, including stone cladding, plaster, fenestration, again, which helps the reading of different volumes and adequately articulates the facade. Stylistically, it is consistent on all sides, and overall the building's design is appropriate to the side of the neighborhood. There is a comment that staff did note in the entryway subheading of the report, and the main entrance to the house is in this area over here. You notice my screen. Oop. Sorry. Here we go. So staff recommends that the first and second run of the entry stairs parallel to the street Okay, here we go. From the garage level to intermediate landing be reduced in width to 4 feet to minimize the amount of grading. And also a recommendation is proposed to lower the first floor living area by 30 inches. If conditioned, staff recommends removing the stair tread from the final run of stairs, which are those perpendicular to the street leading to the main entrance. And again, that would be in order to minimize visibility of the disruption of grading visible from the street. And so the top run from the intermediate landing to the entry porch would remain with remain the proposed width. In terms of windows, the project features black anodized aluminum frame windows with solar grade glass, and I will.
Mr. Chair, this is Board Member Simonian.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm wondering if staff could perhaps on the site plan on sheet A-1.1 illustrate the portion of the stairs they would like to eliminate, or on that landscape sheet that you just had up on the screen.
Yeah, I think the landscape plan is clear. And if I'm not clear, I'll perhaps our staff, Chris Agardi, could chime in as well, in case if I don't explain it properly. So staff recommends that the first and second run of the entry stairs, okay, this is the first one, the second run, parallel to the street from the garage level to the intermediate landing, which would be over here, okay, be reduced in width, okay, to 4 feet. I believe they're proposing, it's hard to tell, but I want to say it looks like it's 11. And I need to look at my other plans just to make sure.
I don't think it's 11.
Okay, I can't.
It is not dimensioned. The width of the stairs, I couldn't find a dimensioning anywhere. Okay. But they look to be 5 feet to 6 inches in width. And the idea,
it's 5 feet.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
The idea is that the stairs that run parallel to the street would be narrower, and you know, the stairs that go from that make the 90-degree turn then or are perpendicular to the street, they could remain the wider width. But the idea was also that if the board conditioned that the first floor level and that the master bedroom suite split level was eliminated and imposed, that the building could then come down roughly 30 inches. And the idea would be to take the extra stair treads and risers out of the run that's perpendicular to the street so that you saw less of those stairs and less of that concrete and kept a more natural look.
I see. Ms. Agardi, on sheet A5.1, which is the section, can you illustrate where the 30 inches would be eliminated from? And is the intent to lower the first, I guess, garage level, which in blue would lower the upper levels?
The intention would be that you eliminate the raising, you know, the master suite level, the 30 inches, so that you make that even with the space that is behind it, that has the roof deck on top of it. And then you could drop the first floor living area down 30 inches respectively, which would now eliminate a lot of the additional height that you have from the, between the garage floor and the first floor. Because right now, Milka, what could you, maybe you could see what the dimension is there? It's significant.
I'm noticing a 9-foot clear ceiling in the kitchen area. And so there's not room there to lower by 30 inches, but
The intention is not to change that. It's just to push those 2 floors down so that they would be level with the living area that's towards the back.
so how would that affect the lower level, which is the flat house pad, I guess, in this section?
Am I able to?
You could, yes, because I'm unable to get to the plans. If not, I have to stop sharing.
Well, what it would do is eliminate what we see as kind of excessive height at the garage. That's just adding to the massing of this front facade along with the elevator shaft. So it wouldn't change any ceiling heights or the usability of the rooms. It would just push that part of the house down closer to the ground.
When you look at the rendering on the left-hand side, where the entry is, you can see that, you know, the stairs are going up pretty high above the grade. And so the idea is that you could push all of that down, which is that 30 inches that we're looking for there.
Is there a section that's cut through the garage by any chance? Because
yeah, there's a section Milka just had up, kind of showed the garage area. There, well, you
This
can,
one?
yeah.
Milka, could you explain how the floors would be level, and then how that area would push down into that post-shade area of the garage? I mean, that's the idea, that you lose that post-shade area.
I understand. And so there seems to be maybe 6 inches to a foot of poche area we could eliminate. What is the clear height of the garage at the moment as depicted in the top part of that section?
I can't read it from this, again, from the PowerPoint presentation. I need to go.
My memory was that it was about 15 feet, but the architect could clarify that when you open up the discussion if you'd like.
Okay. Thank you for those clarifications, because now I have a pretty good context on staff's direction. Thank you.
And I'll go back to the windows. So one of the conditions.
From the
Go
staff.
ahead. Yes.
Basically, back to what board member Simonia said, it will be important for us to know what is the design headspace of the garage, because in one of your conditions, you're recommending the driveway slope to increase so that the garage floor will go up from the existing grade. Now going up with the garage floor at the bottom and then pushing the top of the garage down like 30 inches, would you think that you still have the required headspace for the garage?
Well, the required headspace in terms of the garage door opening, they need a minimum 7 feet clearance.
So
now inside,
even with the rising of the driveway slope to raise the garage floor and then squeezing the top of it like 30 inches, you still think there'll be enough garage height, right?
Right now, the garage, from the garage floor to the first floor, it appears to be 16 feet 4 inches.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's a huge.
Right.
Okay, all right. Now, okay, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
thank you, Chris. It's hard to.
I know it's hard to see on the drawings.
Yeah, I can't read the drawings well. My eyes aren't cooperating. And I don't want to lose what I have with the presentation. So I'll do my best. So going back to the windows section, or the in your report. So we're suggesting that a condition be included to use window glass that's appropriate to single family residential, meaning the gray tint doesn't appear to be appropriate for single family residence. because it appears to have somewhat of a commercial appearance. So that's another suggestion that staff had. Otherwise, the material, the style, and the operation is appropriate to the style of the house and the design. So it's more of the gray tint that staff is suggesting to be modified and to use clear glass or no tint. There was a plan that shows the location of windows on the adjacent property. And I'm going to, here we go. So the windows that are on the adjacent home are somewhat oriented towards you could say, towards the entryway of the house, towards the front. So it's not going to be directly, any of the windows on the subject going to be looking directly onto the neighbor's property to the south. And the applicant has addressed any potential privacy issues concerning that. So again, given the window orientation and their location closer to the house, the windows on the south side of the new house will not face directly onto the adjacent windows of the adjacent property. In terms, we've discussed some of the colors and materials, the stone cladding, and I will get to the material board section real quick. So again, stone cladding, smooth stucco, dark anodized aluminum windows, and the horizontal cable rails is being proposed. And I've also included a retaining wall material, which would be the CMU Angelus Black goldenrod burnish. To blend in with the hillside, and it's a requirement by the zoning code to be decorative. In terms of the paving material, staff recommends an earth tone pavers for the driveway to minimize its appearance as opposed to the scored concrete driveway paving. And that kind of covers all of the sections in the report, and the conditions are outlined in your report. I've basically gone through them in my presentation, so I'm not going to go over them again unless there's any questions regarding any of the conditions, but it seems like we covered most of them. And yes?
Go ahead, I'll let you finish and then I'll ask.
That concludes my presentation. All I just wanted to add was, before I finish, is that we did receive 2 letters in opposition. One of the letters is from Mr. Wesley and SD Avery. And we also received a letter from Roland and Joy here. So, Mr. Chairperson Wells, did you have a question regarding one of the conditions?
I did. I just want to make sure I understand condition number 1. So what you're suggesting here is that in the volume, the 2-story volume of the living room, you want to take basically half of it, or basically one window bay width, and drop that down to a lower height level, but leave the portion that abuts the railings to be the double height. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so can we look at the street front elevation?
Yeah.
So basically it'll be that furthest upper left window, and its roof line would just drop down about, what, 6-7 feet, something like that?
Chris, would you agree that's what we have discussed?
I mean, that's the recommendation.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Would it go all the way down? It wouldn't go all the way down to the line that of the roof form covering the first floor. It would not go that far down, correct?
No.
All right. Any of the...
That would allow them some added height in the living room area but still allow for that stepping, that the hillside guidelines look for.
Right, right.
On the side elevation.
Okay.
And just to conclude, in case I didn't mention, we are recommending approval with the conditions that are outlined in the report.
Okay.
Chair Welch.
Go ahead, Mr. Simone.
Yes, in regards to your question that staff just clarified via the elevation as depicted on our shared screen, I'm wondering if staff could pull up the renderings on the shared screen and reconfirm what they have in mind on the top left rendering as depicted on our shared screen at the moment for better visualization.
We would have preferred for the applicant, or the architect to make this change because, saying that it needs to be 10 foot, a 10-foot setback or step back is in response to the bay size that is shown here. But the main idea is that that area should step down on the I guess that's the south side of the building.
Yeah.
So that's the general intention. What the board would like to see there is completely up to you.
I see. So if I gather thoughts correctly, there is a recommendation by staff to lower the height, as we've discussed, 30 inches.
Yeah.
There's also another recommendation or condition to step back a portion of the windows on the second level as depicted in that corner rendering. Is that right?
Yes.
Right.
And the other recommendations, potentially relocating the elevator to the interior as well. And again, all of this is in an effort to address the mass and scale and to in compliance with the hillside design guidelines.
But isn't the elevator already inside the building?
It is, but we're suggesting it to be further into the interior of the building.
Oh, I see.
The elevator currently is expressed through this tall stone-clad volume.
Right. So by doing that, then this, like Jay pointed out and Chris, this volume here would be eliminated.
And so if I'm looking on sheet A 2.2.
Board Member Simone, when you say sheet A2, could you direct me to the elevation you're referring to?
The second floor plan.
Okay.
Labeled as a second floor plan and split level plan, which I believe is on the right side of your.
Yes, that would be that split level. I believe it's right in here. These are the steps.
Correct.
Which actually may be a little more clear on this section view as well.
So the plans that we have are rotated actually 90 degrees counterclockwise to your display, but that's here nor there. What I'm understanding is that we have a double height ceiling on that south corner of the property where below is a living room. So the living room is a double height ceiling.
Right, that is correct.
And staff is recommending that the second floor, which is the clear story, which is the high ceiling of that living room, be stepped back in some manner. Correct? Is that the intent of that other condition?
Yes.
Understood. Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, so if there's any other questions, we will move to the applicant to give their presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I know it's late, and my time is actually limited with respect to the rules of engagement here. So first of all, I just want to say it's been great to work with Milka. She's been terrific as far as helping guide us through this. Our mission at the beginning was not to be doing things that were prompting variances and matters or issues like that, to try to, with a lot of forethought and planning, to create a property and create a house that that met code and both zoning code, building code, all this sort of stuff. The challenge is, I hope that you all have had a chance to go up there and walk the site and not even just look at it from the street, but get up on the property, which is easier said than done. But it points to the challenges of getting to the house. I'm going to come back and talk about the mass in the living room in a minute, because certainly my sense in terms of the challenges that we faced as designers and planners really isn't so much about that living room height, although I think we all, as people who understand things in 3D, can appreciate the drama and the beauty of coming into that house and then having that southern view of Glendale, because that's the way the house looks. When you stand in the living room and look at those windows, you're looking at the valley. One of the comments was to sort of reorient the focus across the street. Well, that's a lot of trees, and that's Chevy Chase Canyon, across the way. It's nice, it's green, but it's not the view of Glendale. It's not the A view. The A view is to the south. Okay, but having said that, let's talk for a second about pushing the house down. Actually, I want to first talk about raising the driveway. If we raise the driveway and increase that slope, then all of a sudden we are dealing with a 3-story house, because the basement comes into play by definition as a story. It cannot be any more than 3 feet, as Milka has outlined. It can't be any more than 3 feet from top of curb. But we don't really have a curb here, so we're using toe of slope, and we've taken average across it to create a datum. And the garage floor is purposely set at 2 feet 8 inches above that, so that it works within code to not be a story and be a legitimate basement. So as soon as we raise that, those rules are out the window, and it becomes a story, and that just doesn't work. Okay, so that's that particular issue. But the idea of pushing the house down, I'd love to push the house down, but it creates a raft of problems. Recall in Milka's presentation, she talked about 40% ungraded. That's because of the nature of our slope. We have to maintain that. Well, if we start, and there's concern about the retaining walls. Well, we push that house down. I can't grade around the house as one might on a more friendly site to make it all work and transition neatly. I've got 40% I can't touch. And so as we navigate the site, getting up to the front door for openers, we need retaining walls and such to do that. If I push the house down, sort of intuitively it says, well, then I don't even have to go as far. But think about the sides of the house. That is true in the front. But think about the sides of the house and everything that leads away from the front. The whole sidewalk area that is on the south side that leads to the back area of the house and then onward up to the ADU, all of a sudden that becomes 30 inches higher relative to the house, and the house itself obviously 30 inches lower in relation to that. But I've got a wall there that I'm really trying to minimize in terms of its retaining against that walkway and against the deck that is outside of the living room, so that there's a comfortable play of terrain and elevations as one moves past the house. We push the house down, it gets weird on the side, and it gets weird with retaining walls. On the north side, practically the whole first floor gets buried. It's certainly, grade would cover it up to about 8 feet above the floor line. Excuse me. So it gets really challenging to do things around the house with respect to the simple idea of pushing the house downward. I'm the first to admit that it looks, like a fur piece that sits above the garage there, and from the driveway entrance to the garage up to the first deck. But I think we've handled that pretty well with both choice of materials and then clear story into the garage and that sort of thing, to really try to mitigate that as best we can. And actually, I mean, along the way, we've been at this for close to 3 years. One of the early cases tonight talked about a 60-month process. Well, we're coming up on 3 years, and it's largely because we've been working with Milka to try to deal with all of these different peculiarities that, again, are driven by the unique nature of this site. If we could pull the house forward, that would make a difference. It's also worth pointing out that the house itself sits back almost 25 feet from the toe of the slope. It's within the, it comes up to the setback, and it relates properly to the setback line by way of the survey. But that setback line is more than halfway up that slope. Point being that it's not as imposing as some seem to suggest in terms of its proximity to the street and the way in which portions of the house loom. Back to the point of stepping the house back, here again, on every level except that south elevation, we have the house stepping back, and we have decks. We have a deck off of the kitchen area that pushes the glass wall of the kitchen area back. That area becomes the roof. I'm sorry, the roof of that becomes the deck for the bedroom. That is pushed back. There is quite a bit of interplay between the masses and the wall surfaces that really tries to relate well, as best we can, I should say, to the slope and to the hillside itself. It doesn't really get all that flat once you get on top of that dirt, and that's why I was saying I hope you had a chance to get up there and walk it, because the polygon underneath the house is 29%. 29%. That's not flat. It's not even close to flat. And so what that also means is that the terrain is rising against the house as it marches backwards towards the rear of the site, and trying to get it set so that the back of the house isn't wholly buried was the challenge. And what I did was take grade where it intersects before construction, where it intersects with the first floor, and let that be the first floor elevation on the north side, and then everything springs from there. So some of those points. One other point about the elevator. The elevator actually, again, it's part of this years-long process. The elevator was redesigned. It started off as a conventional elevator in its own shaft. And it was expressed, not intentionally, but just as a function of, function. You could certainly see it come all the way from the second floor to grade. Again, working with the planning team, we buried as much of that as we could, changed the elevator to a simple tube, a more residential application that doesn't require the nature of the shaft and everything as before. So that now when you get up to that first floor and to the second, those have to line up. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody's developed an elevator yet that can handle an offset condition. But because of the nature of grade, we're able to box it out at grade and then see that surface not continue straight up, but step back as it goes through the first floor and on up to the second floor. We really took a hard look. In fact, we had a conference call with Phil Lanzafame and Bradley to really discuss this elevator issue. And that's really what prompted some thoughts about changing it to the plan that we did, because we also looked at trying to move it inside the house to get it deeper, to address that concern. And in terms of access from the garage and where it pops through those upper two floors, it just didn't work. And we really felt that this solution with a smaller elevator and something that did not represent itself as a 3-story shaft, but simply a 2-story surface on the upper floors worked. So The street elevation certainly has its setbacks and stepping backs. The north side does. The south side has its window wall, which is part of the drama of the house.
Okay, we're out of time, so
Okay.
I think we have to move forward on this. I think we heard the main points that you were making, so I think we'd like to. You'll have another chance to speak once we've heard some callers. So, do we have callers on the matter?
Yes, we do. Mr. Steve Gallegos. Mr. Steve Gallegos,
Yes.
you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes. My main question basically is about the construction. And the traffic access on the street. Edgewick is a narrow street, and the houses across from this property, they park 2 or 3 cars in front all day long. And if you're parking a dump truck or a cement mixer on that side of where the new house is being built, there's going to be no access on the street. What do you intend to do about that?
Well, sir, we're the Design Review Board, so we don't really deal with construction conditions. That would be something that would be dealt with by the building department during construction. But I am quite confident that there would be mitigations made to help prevent blocking streets during construction. But today we're here really to just focus on the design that's being presented.
So who do I contact?
You would probably contact the building department when they are in a position where they're ready to pull permits.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next item.
Yeah. Yes. Hello, Ms. Elizabeth Watson. You're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes. Hi.
Yes, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Oh, hi. Sorry. I'm so sorry about that. Hi. I'm calling to oppose the proposed design. I've been living in the area for a very long time. I'm a huge fan of the Knudsen House located directly across the street from this site. It's a glorious Tudor estate, the pride of the Chevy Chase Canyon. And this proposed design will become a kind of looming tower competing with this beautiful landmarked home looming over it like a shadow. I absolutely disagree that the proposed architecture fits within the neighborhood. There are few to no contemporary homes in this enclave. In addition, the amount of windows and the size of the windows is unlike any other home in this area. There are no homes that have floor-to-ceiling windows in this area, nor do they have entire walls of windows. These are more glass walls than windows, and there is nothing like that in this area. Also, I'm not sure if the proposed 500 square foot ADU is included in the 3,260 square foot noted. This would make the FAR, if it's not, it would bring it up to 45%. Also, as the previous caller did mention, I realize that it's not an issue for you. We live in a bottleneck where 4 other streets need access to get out. That is another issue. And as well, talking about the garage, where the garage is planned is a blind spot. Cars coming up from Golf Club entering onto Edgewick, or cars coming from Paddington Road, Arundel Place, and Edgewick Drive will have potential for multiple accidents, as where this proposed garage is situated, anyone pulling out will not be able to see anyone coming either way, if that makes sense. And lastly, I do want to bring this up. I know it's not a design review issue, but I'm a little bit confused on, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We live in the Chevy Chase Canyon, which anyone who lives here understands that the amount of noise because of the canyon noise is, it's sort of like a stadium. It bounces from mountain to mountain. We are being told by our employers that we must stay home to work remotely, continually. We were supposed to go back in June, now we're supposed to go back in September, and now September is canceled. I'm confused on how we're supposed to work from home but then listen to somebody chipping away at a mountainside. or when my kids who go to Glendale Unified School District are locked down again because no one can tell me that they're not going to be. And now they're Zooming from home, having to listen to a mountainside being chiseled at. So how are we supposed to contend with this?
Okay, thank you. We'll take your comments into consideration as we review the project. Okay.
Yes, the next caller is Wes Avery. Wes Avery, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yeah, we would like to thank Chair Welch and the rest of the design board for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight against this proposed development. My wife Esty and I own the historic Tudor home across the street at 3030 Edgewick Road, which is known as the Knutson House, as it was once owned by the Knutson family of yogurt fame. We oppose the proposed glass spec house at 3035 Edgewick Road as it is not an architectural concept consistent with the neighborhood. And we also oppose it as this spec home will be a continuing danger to the neighborhood due to the fact that it will be built with a hidden driveway above a bottleneck in the road between double blind corners. Our neighbors Roland and Joy Fewer have sent the board a letter which express in detail why the proposed development does not fit in with the character of the neighborhood, and in their view also violates height limitations. We endorse their views. The house next door at 3045 Edgewick Road and our house at 3030 Edgewick Road are both matching Tudor style and are in harmony. The proposed development is not. There are no glass houses of this architectural style in our neighborhood, and if built, it will undercut our historic home across the street. Pursuant to the approval of our Home Under the Mills Act, we have contracted with the City of Glendale to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars on the restoration of our Tudor home. If this Look at Me home is built across the street, it will undercut everything the Historical Society at the City of Glendale is trying to achieve with the Knutson House. A second issue, of course, is the dangerous location that this house will be built upon. Cars drive fast as they accelerate up the hill and round the curve from Golf Club Drive onto Edgewick Road. These cars only begin to brake as they come upon the 3035 Edgewick frontage, and then slow as they continue up the hill to Edgewick, Paddington, or Arundel Place. Since the proposed driveway is only 21 feet 6 inches wide, there is no room to turn around in it. The 20% slope will make it an even bigger nightmare to back out of. And because the road in front of this proposed development is a bottleneck, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to back into the driveway. The fact that the developer of this property proposes to add an accessory unit in the future would only make the car congestion problem even worse. If the board compares the top left rendering with the road views, you can see that there would be no reaction time for someone coming up the hill or down the hill to brake when they spot someone suddenly backing out of the hidden driveway. It is very dark on this road at night, which would make it even more dangerous. If this project is approved, a tragedy will occur. It's only a matter of time. Our neighbor Beth Tapper spoke about the traffic congestion, and we agree with everything that she said. In close, I ask the board to ask themselves this question. Why has this property not been built on in 100 years? I think the answer is obvious to anyone who walks by the property. It's dangerous and was always meant to be vacant land. If this project is approved, it will be a source of danger and congestion in perpetuity for all the houses in our neighborhood built uphill on Edgewick Road, Paddington Road, and Arundel Place. For this reason, if the board is not willing to deny approval of this spec home outright, at a minimum, I suggest the board not consider development until all of you have walked its frontage and gauge for yourself the danger to all who drive by if this spec house is built. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next caller, Ms. Catherine Yurka. Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air.
Hello again. Thank you for taking my call. I'm really glad to hear staff pay so much attention to the impact of this project on the one-story house next door. It doesn't matter if the A view is south-facing, but it does matter quite a bit that this side reads as a giant glass wall to these neighbors. And I urge the DRB to take staff's comments and conditions very seriously in its deliberations. I want to throw one other thing into the mix. Staff cite the Hillside Development Guidelines numerous times, but that is not the only document that must guide the DRB's decision. You need to find that this project conforms with the Hillside Development Review Policy, which is written into and not simply referenced within the Glendale Municipal Code. This is section 30.11.040. Every discretionary decision made related to development in the ROS and R1R zones shall take the following into consideration. Development shall be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood in terms of size, scale, bulk, mass, roofline orientation, etc. Site plans for development of property on steep slopes shall take into account the visual impact on surrounding properties. The architectural style and architectural elements of infill development shall be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. You've heard from the community that the project does not fit in and is indeed oppositional to the architecture of its neighbors. The Hillside Review Policy requires you to find the size to be compatible, which differentiates it from design review in other areas. 8 houses are used to calculate the average size. One of these, 3016 Edgewick, is over 6,000 square feet and built before there was design review and a policy to prevent hillside mansionization. It could not be built today. If you get rid of it, the average is 2,636 square feet. Even if you include this property, the median, another way of calculating the average, is 2,469 square feet. The median is more appropriate than the mean when you're dealing with skewed number distributions. This house is about 1,000 square feet larger than that. The size should be reduced, and there are a number of other conditions to address. This project should be returned for a redesign. Design review is a public process. Conditions are handled by staff out of public view. It seems clear that this house needs to change a lot. So I just wanted to thank you for your consideration for the third time this evening. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller is Mr. Roland Schur. Mr.
Yes,
Schur?
hello. Yes,
You're
this
live
is
on the
Roland
air.
Boyer. And I had written the DRB and staff a letter earlier today as to why I oppose this project. I agree with the designer. It's a very challenging property. That's exactly why it has not been developed for so many years. I do believe it is developable, but it may require no ADU unit. I think by adding an ADU unit in this type of property, it just complicates the design even further. I mean, perhaps a split-level house that steps up and meets the Hillside Design Guidelines would work better. But I think mostly missing in the designer's conversation and speaking to us today is the fact that he pays no homage to the Knutson property and the brick house that's across the street. It's remarkable to me that we would have something like this. It took 3 years, he said, to come up with this design, and it just does not pay attention to the neighborhood at all. And that's, along with my letter, I believe that is all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have no other callers.
Okay, thank you. So we'll give the applicant a chance to respond to the comments that were heard or finish up any other thoughts that they might have. So 2 minutes, please.
Sure. Well, I'm not sure how much of the neighborhood some of the callers have seen. Further up the street from the Knutson house are 2 buildings that are reasonably contemporary. They have no relationship to the Knutson property. I've been on the street many times, and even the house that is immediately to our north, the red brick, it's got a peaked roof and it's got red brick. It also could not be built today in the manner in which it is. The driveway, anybody that tries to park in that driveway is hanging out into the street. So, time and codes and stuff like that are very fluid, and we are where we are today. So we've put together a house and a plan that works within today's zoning code, planning code. And, it's not a brick house, period, end of story. But it doesn't have the ominous presence that, say, the house to the north of us, the brick house, it has on the street. It's a little disingenuous, I think, to think and say that the Knudsen house drives the neighborhood, that's something that everything should relate to. I think it's a wonderful house. It's a terrific house, a terrific property. The fencing and all that stuff that occurs at the street, at the curb, if you will, is beautiful. And there's nothing to be taken away from that. But again, it's not the beginning of an estate neighborhood where everything has CC&Rs and has to follow that lead. And I think that Mr. and Mrs. Sarabian have really been very patient with trying to put together something that works in the neighborhood, that is appropriate in terms of using the site, developing the site, and trying to manage access to and from and within.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Toledo.
Thank you. And this is kind of in reference to some of the callers. There was one comment that was brought up by one of the callers regarding eliminating the ADU. Well, once again, as I mentioned earlier in the outset, ADU is not within the board's purview. By state law, in compliance with the ADU ordinance, a property is entitled, if they comply, to propose an ADU. And it wouldn't go to the board. It's a matter that's done at a staff level. Okay, and it's a separate ADU ordinance. I believe there was a comment also in one of the letters that was brought up about the height of the ADU. Well, the maximum allowed height for an ADU is 16 feet per the ADU ordinance. So just wanted to bring that up. And if anyone's interested in reviewing that ordinance, it is available on the city's website, navigating to the zoning code, chapter 30. It's in chapter 30, title 30 of the zoning code. There was also a comment that was brought up about the findings for Hillside Development Review Policy. Staff did address that. It's in the staff report. So based on the that particular finding, it's in throughout the staff report. So if there's any questions, again, it's noted there. In fact, I'm just looking at page 3 of the staff report. It says to reduce the visual impact, and then it discusses the walls. And there's also another section that's staff has noted where the development shall comply in keeping with the design objectives of the Glenn Municipal Code, the Hillside Design Guidelines, and then the landscape guidelines for hillside development. It's in the report. We've addressed them.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification and information. Do any board members have questions for the applicant before I close the public hearing? Board Member Minas, yep.
Yes, I do. I have just a couple of questions about the FAR. And of course, I'm still a little confused about how to measure 2-story or 3-story. But I was under the impression that in R1R zone, the FAR for the first 10,000 square foot lot is 0.3. So, and this lot is 8,000 something square feet. How did the 3,200 something square foot house were calculated? I mean, again, it exceeds the 0.3 FAR. I mean, again, my understanding was that the first 10,000 square feet is 0.3, and the next 10,000 square feet lot is only 0.1. So if you have 20,000 square foot lot in R1R zone, then your lot only 4,000 square feet, and if you have 10,000 square foot lot in R1R, your lot only 33,000 square foot house.
So on Ms. Board Member Mina, so on lots with an average current slope of 40% or greater, the maximum allowed FAR is 0.30. But in this case, the average current slope of the property is less than 40%. So they would be allowed in this case 0.40 for the first 10,000 square feet of the lot.
So basically, the average slope of the property dictates the changes in the required FAR?
Yes.
Correct. That is in the zoning code.
I see. Still a little bit puzzled about the 2-story or 3-story height. When you look at from the street, of course, it's a 3-story house. The building, I can understand that if part of the building is not exposed from the street and it's as a basement, that formula probably occurs. But here, you're standing on the street, you're looking at 3-story building. There's no ifs and buts about it.
Well, I think that's one of the things that, one of the unique characteristics of this site that, just like I said at the top, it's a difficult site. It's a very unique site. I mean, how many of these are you going to find in Glendale? And one other point that's been made, everybody looks at the site plan and worries about the single-story house to the south of us. That house sits about 15 feet below our first floor plan. When you stand on the site, you're looking at the roof of that house. So where, there's great concern about the juxtaposition of some of these properties and the architecture, go up and take a look at it and you understand that that one house doesn't really affect it. You don't see them in the same view. They're not, there's nominal relationship between them.
I totally understand. This is, again, compared to many houses in Glendale, this is a relatively simple lot to develop. I mean, the slope is fine, less than 50% slope. And, I'm an engineer myself, so, and I'm a soil engineer. So I've done much more challenging projects in much steeper properties than this one. This is, to me, as far as, building, easy to put something on this property. It's very simple, site compared to many downslope with like 1.5 to 30% inclination. This is very simple site to put something, reasonable on this. I have no, issue with, again, any hillside property design is challenging, but this particular one, to me, it's not, again, near the level of a challenging project.
Okay, so unless there's any other questions, I think we will go ahead and close the public hearing and move on to board member deliberations. Board Member Simonian, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, staff, and also thank you, the public, for sticking with us until this time. We do very much appreciate different callers calling in and giving us different viewpoints. It does help us assess the given project, so that was helpful. I also appreciate the package that was presented to us. We get quite a bit of hillside properties that don't have as much detail associated with retaining walls and grades and access and stairs and top of wall information, etc. So I wanted to thank the applicant and the design team for putting together such a detailed package. Also wanted to thank Milka, Ms. Toledo, for a great presentation as well.
Thank you.
It really did help me get my arms around the project. And so with that said and done, I'm not assessing, of course, any aspects of the ADU. It's a completely separate matter. I'm not even assuming that walkway up to the ADU exists from this package at this point in time. I do think that the renderings as provided are very helpful in assessing the design of this project, much more helpful, at least from my point of view, than the elevations. The color elevations I thought lacked depth, and I was really delighted to see the renderings because it really helped me kind of piece it all together. That coupled with the detailed sections and plans, etc., I think did a very good job. The issues front of us, I think, in relating to design and site planning and mass and bulk are one thing. And then there's a whole new slew of issues that members of the public have brought forward, which is the buildability of the site, the construction nuisance associated with construction, the dangers of a narrow road and how that may be affected or affect the neighborhood with construction vehicles. All those are not in the preview of this board because we're here to assess this specific design as presented to us, whether it works or does not work with the Hillside Design Guidelines, etc. In regards to now the former parts of the discussion, it seems as though there are several questions for us to assess. One is the elevation of the garage and whether it makes good sense to propose raising the driveway angle and reducing the height by, say, 30 inches by pushing down those levels. The architect did bring forward some logistical matters that would be affected more or less on the north and south retaining walls. Those walls would get bigger. The amount of windows and daylight into the home from the first level, as we're calling it, the kitchen level, would be reduced. Those are the practical aspects of it. And the second part of that is the steeper the driveway, the more awkward and more dangerous it becomes pulling in and out of a driveway that's steep because your visibility gets reduced a bit. And so starting a discussion based on these aspects, and I'm looking at the renderings as I'm having this conversation right now with the public and during this hearings. I have the renderings up on my screen. The rendering, there's one rendering that's more from the south side, and there's another one from the north side. I'm looking at the one from the north side. The overall design language of the building and the way the second floors kind of step back, the use of the stone veneer, the windows, the way the language of the fascia design, the materials, and the way the garden walls have been integrated to provide access to the house, I think is successful. As depicted in the renderings, I think it is successful. In regards to the ability to reduce the height of the building is one thing, and then there's the other practical aspect of increasing the driveway slope. The architect brought forward a concept, and I'm not equipped to analyze that because I don't have all the drawings in front of me in that detail to scale. But what was put forth is the fact that if the driveway gets steeper and the finished floor elevation of the garage is pulled higher, then in essence, we would exceed the 2'8" figure, and all of a sudden we would have a 3-story building versus a 2-story building. If there is credence to that fact, if that is a true statement, then I would steer away from prescribing a more steeper driveway slope. However, reducing the height, a combination of 30 inches, and however that's achieved, would sink the building further into the property, but I'm not quite sure the ramifications of the heights of the retaining walls and what that would cause grading-wise to the sides and to the rear. The architect seems very experienced in hillside matters, much more than others, and so I'm taking his word for it in that there would be complexities associated with further grading the site where we need to basically keep a certain portion of the site ungraded. And if we're increasing the amount of grading in and around the property, then all of a sudden, according to him, he's not meeting that portion of the code. Now, that is a subjective comment. Again, that would require us to pull up our sleeves and go through the grading plans, top of walls, pad elevations, etc. But that is a practical matter that's been brought forth. And does it make sense for us to put the applicant through that hardship of, hey, go and figure this out and drop this elevation by 30 inches? And what does that practically achieve as I'm looking at the rendering? So that is my big question that's in front of me at the moment. As I'm looking at the rendering, the one from the northern side, that you could kind of see the steps wandering up on the left. And I agree that the clear story over the garage is haphazard. But at the same time, the stone veneer above the garage and above that entry door does not bother me enough to cause that level of hardship, if that really is a hardship. So I'm at a bit of a crossroads here, right? Do I follow the 30-inch recommendation and put the applicant and the architect through that endeavor? And what is that practically going to get us? Now, the amount of export out of this property is not excessive. It seems low from my point of view. But again, there's not all that much grading to do here except for that garage portion. But if we're eliminating some grading, is that really what point does, I guess, our condition justify what we are putting the applicant through? So those are my thoughts on that 30-inch matter. I'm not completely sold that that's the right approach. In regards to, stepping back the high ceiling portion of the living room, I do think there is some really good thoughts behind that, because now as I thumb through the rendering from the south side, all of a sudden that double height living room and that modernist kind of double set of windows does not work as well as the undulation of the building and the way it's stepped back above the garage with the deck. So I do think that kind of continuing that roof line that creates the balcony over the garage and on the upper level over in and around on the south side, and thereby pushing back the second story of that high ceiling makes good sense. And I do think that'll actually help the design. In regards to pulling back the elevator shaft, I must say I kind of like the rendering, again, the second rendering, the one more from the north side, the way that the elevator enclosure sticks out towards the street and in a way bifurcates the left and right side of the facade. I do think that's done well. I like the fact that it's in stone veneer, and I like the fact that the roof line's kind of going around it. It has actually some classical components to it. I wouldn't go so far as it has a flank road right kind of feel to it, but I think you kind of know where I'm going with this. It has some traditional aspects of that falling water-esque kind of a imagery. Now, of course, they're completely different, but what I'm getting at is it has these stone vertical components with horizontal kind of decks protruding and cantilevering out, and I think the juxtaposing of those two elements is successful. So I don't really support pulling the elevator in because I actually like what is the result of the elevator, the way it is, that it bifurcates the facade from the left and right side. And so when we're looking at staff's condition, condition one, I agree with. It does make sense to step back that clear story portion on the south side. I'm not entirely convinced that we need to lower it 30 inches, which is condition number 2. In regards to condition number 3, you know, a house like this, you have a walkway going up, and these are a lot of steps to get you up there. That's the nature of a hillside upslope home. 4 feet wide stairs is a bit on the narrow side, right? You have 5 feet, it's nicer. Again, how much grading is that going to realistically reduce? I'm not sure. I do think condition number 4 would help. In regards to adding a 1-foot planter to reduce the driveway, I'm not sure that on a narrow street like this, I would recommend that. But I do think that it would make sense for the landscape plan to be rearranged. And I'm looking at sheet A 1.0, where we have this retaining wall that's kind of setting the edge of the driveway where staff is recommending that planter. I would say why not try, if possible, to break up that retaining wall into 2 garden walls. So we have a lower garden wall at the lower level, and then a planter, and then you step back. Instead of having a 5 or 6 foot wall, you step back the top portion, and then have your rosemaries, etc., drooping down. So staff gets its same intent. We soften the wall, but don't add to the complexities of already a dangerous driveway. In regards to the materials, I like it. I like the design. In regards to the language of the design, there are a lot of contemporary homes in that neighborhood. And what do I mean by that neighborhood? I say, hey, you know, on Sheridan Way, in and around the country club, in and around the canyon. And I wouldn't call this home ultra modern where you have a ton of stucco and deep stucco frames, etc. It does have very traditional, modern, but traditional language, as I described before. And so, quote unquote, neighborhood has been gentrified over the years, and it has changed, and we do have some newer buildings. So I actually like the style. And so overall, I'm in support of it. I'm just having a hard time prescribing the 30 inches and the driveway slope condition of what, and I'm afraid that may cause some serious hardship to the applicant later. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. We could, of course, talk further as my board members here bring up their thoughts as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Board Member Minas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. as I indicated, again, all hillside projects are challenging, but this is not the hardest lot that I've seen being developed. I like the idea of Mr. Simonian's, Board Member Simonian, that the elevator shaft to stay where it is, not be pushed back into the building. It just gives it a little bit nice angle to the front facade of the building. However, if the staff members' condition number 1 should be implemented that the second story to be pushed back by 10 feet, where is the the elevator land at the second story? You know, as Mr. Architect indicated, you know, you require offset elevator. So that issue needs to be kind of discussed clearly and be harmonized with the staff's concern about reducing, one of the ways to reducing the mass. Again, if everything would have been ideal, again, doable, and I look at the profile of this building, the roof in the back part of the building kind of daylights into the natural slope. So, I mean, again, my thought would be, if possible, again, I don't know how the grading, amount of the excavation, is going to trigger. However, if we could increase the driveway slope slightly, not grossly, and then reduce the garage floor by a few feet, maybe we can recover that staff suggested 30-inch reduction on the height of the building. However, that will require, you know, a little bit extra excavation to create the proposed finished grade of the middle floor and then the second floor. How that is going to affect the, you know, again, side retaining walls that provides access to the back of the property, I don't know. I have to look at the grading plan to look at it or, you know, evaluate it more intelligently. But again, I also like the building design. Again, I have no issues having contemporary design, and it's a beautiful building, except you know, if the staff concerns of reducing the mass can be achieved some other way that, you know, will involve modification of the grading concept for the project by shrinking the garage, you know, height, that would be the way I would go. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so for my comments, I would like to say, first of all, that I think that when designers come up with designs and propose them, you know, I'd like to give them their freedom to express themselves. And while it's always nice that a specific architectural style respects, you know, its direct surroundings, it's not something that I think we can dictate. I think that people should have their freedom to do it, as long as I said in an earlier hearing today, the design is well articulated. It's good design. It's true to itself, and I think the architect has done that here. I agree with my fellow board members that it's a nice design. I would have preferred the elevator shaft to be a little bit less prominent, but you know, Board Member Simonian made some good points about the use of it as an architectural detail, and at least it is broken up by the roof eaves that extend around it, so that it makes it a more interesting element. Where I think that I'm siding with staff recommendations is, you know, looking at section A 5.1, the building form doesn't follow the topography as well as it should. You know, if we are to be true to the design guidelines, that whole second story should shift down, or some combination of that shifting down and the back bedrooms shift up. And if we could do that and get them at least in alignment, then I think that would be a more successful design that I can feel more comfortable making the findings for. But I concur with staff on condition number 1, that big gigantic wall of glass, you know, while very dramatic, you know, you're not really going to be able to see from that from the first floor, and you'll still be able to see from it from the second. You know, you can put some clear story windows or something like that to take in the view from that second story balcony. So I think that staff's recommendation there is a wise one. So I think that we could, you know, and about the garage floor, you know, I hear what the architect is saying. I think that's, you know, for us to impose a condition that would literally require a massive redesign by doing that, I think is a fair point. Again, assuming that would actually result in that garage level being declared a part of the height of the project. So I'm okay with leaving it, and you know, the 20% slope as proposed would be pretty steep for a driveway on a blind corner. So being cognizant of the concerns of the neighborhood, you know, I think that's making it as safe a condition as possible would be the right way to approach it. So I wouldn't necessarily force them to raise up the floor of the garage, but I do think lowering that's the box of the first and second floors, and or whether it's by 30 inches or some amount that gets it into alignment with the rear of the house, and which could go up a little bit or something like that. There's some play there. I think that would be the solution. Board Member Simonian, do you have any rebuttal?
No. As I said, you know, overall, I think we're trying to make a good design better, and we're trying to gingerly avoid triggering some sort of a 3-story designation. And so, you know, we all agree if we could lower 30 inches or somewhere thereof somehow without triggering the 3-story designation and without getting in the way of exceeding the ungraded portion of the lot, then it would make sense. But that's really, I think, difficult to say at this point in time. So I'd be open to crafting some sort of conditions, right, that would reach some sort of consensus based on your thoughts and Board Member Minas's as well.
Okay, first let's get some readback from staff about whether they're clear on the discussion so far.
Chris, I don't think they can hear you.
We can't hear you.
You're on mute.
No. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. It sounds like the board is supporting condition number 1. Condition number 2 is in discussion, but I think that to potentially reduce the height from there on is eliminated from the condition. Number 3, eliminate or reduce the retaining walls at the rear of the house and those located outside the property line, which is referring to the ones in the front. I believe Board Member Simonian proposed doing something like at the front of the house, like a garden wall, which would be lower, and then stepping back with another wall that would allow you to then have vines or so forth over that. Did I get that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be at the front of the house. Is there consensus on that?
Can I interject something here on that point? If I'm not,
Actually, not really. We closed the public hearing, so we'll do our best to try and make this work.
And that would only be on the right-hand side of the driveway. The driveway using an earth tone paver. I don't believe that was mentioned.
That's fine with me. Mhm.
Was that a yes? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Okay, thank you. Comply with the city's urban forestry, yes. Eliminate the gray tinted windows and use clear window glass.
I agree with that.
Okay. And number 6 is eliminated, or rather number 7, which was narrowing the stair. So that's eliminated. So it's really going back to whether or not we are lowering the floor. And I believe it was put, it doesn't necessarily have to be 30 inches. It may mean raising the rear portion slightly, but aligning those two levels, which is eliminating the split level, and bringing those floors down somewhat in order to reduce the height of the garage.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question to staff? Ms. Polito, and I know how thorough you are, and you're always just so detailed. And so, based on your perception of this design and how it relates onto the site, if we increase the proposed driveway slope from 8% to something higher, where that 2'8" distance that seems to be so important in avoiding a third story. Based on your analysis of this project, do you think that will trigger a 3-story designation from your point of view?
May, because if it goes over the 3 feet, that's a problem.
Okay, thank you. And then in regards to the statement that was made earlier with the increased grading or the height of the retaining walls within the interior setbacks that are within 5 feet of the property lines that may become taller by us pushing the building down 30 inches and thereby increasing the heights of those retaining walls. Do you think that or the ungraded portion of the site that should remain ungraded will be challenging to?
Potentially, because within 5 feet of the interior setback, the maximum allowed retaining wall height is 3 feet. And then outside of the 5 feet, the maximum allowed height would be 5 feet height retaining. So yeah, potentially. And yes, if there is more grading, potentially that may put them over the threshold.
And so those are two different subjects. And what was worrying me was more the former, which is, you know, retaining walls could only be 3 feet high when within 5 feet of the PL. And I'm looking at drawing RW-2.0. RW-2.0. Basically, all the, and I'll wait for everybody to get there. All those garden walls along the PL are within 2'4" of the property line. And so technically all those garden walls would be 3 feet high, or the steps could only be 4 feet above grade. So all those things come into play as we push this thing down 30 inches. That's what's worrying me.
I see your point.
If if the board is interested in any change in the height, it could be something worked out with the architect to attempt to lower the height, whether it's 12 inches or 18 inches or 0 inches, as long as we do not overstep any of the requirements of the zoning code for the retaining wall heights or the ungraded area. I know that'll be an exercise for Mr. Dinahan, but if that's your goal, I think it's doable as a condition. It may be worth thinking about whether it's worth it or not if there's enough gain, but I can see crafting that condition pretty easily.
I appreciate that, Mr. Platt, and I think, and that's why I started out the discussion with my thoughts saying, what are we really gaining? Because when I look at the rendering, the one from the north side, we could certainly get rid of the clear story above the garage, because I think that's awkward. But what are we really gaining with this 30 inches? And to me, from the look and feel from the street, we're not gaining much. And so I'm hesitant to put the design team through that exercise. But perhaps what I would like to suggest is getting rid of the clear story above the garage, and perhaps squeezing, if it is possible, to squeeze some distance between the floors without triggering it. Well, see, I'm kind of arguing against myself. I just think that the 30 inches is going to trigger some headaches, and it's going to be an exercise that may not result for anything meaningful. And so I would say, from my point of view, on this difficult decision, I would say to steer clear of and not prescribe the 30 inches or the slope, or changing the slope of the driveway. Thank you, Ms. Toledo. That would be my take based on all this discussion that just occurred. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. The clear story window could be eliminated above the garage door. But again, my original point was that if we don't do something with the second floor and the rear portion of the house, then it's not following the topography, and I don't think that's the right way. So I think that I would be more supportive of an amended condition for staff to work with the applicant to adjust this so that at the very least the two levels are not split, that they are brought into line. And if that meant just raising the back portion or some combination of raising the back a little bit and lowering the front a little bit, that is what I would prefer. As long as it doesn't, force other issues or, create hardships in terms of the landscaping, the retaining walls in the setback zones. So I agree, we don't want to create an undue hardship here. But if they can accomplish it, I think it would be a worthy effort.
I think Board
Member Minas.
I'm just wondering, having said that, what would happen with condition number 2, the relationship of the condition, condition number 1, to set back the second floor of the structure with the elevator shaft?
It's not, that's the condition number 1 is not about the elevator shaft. I don't think it would affect the elevator shaft, at least my reading of it. It would really only be on the side of the house, not the front.
So only setback on the sides?
Mm-hmm. On the left side as you're looking at it.
So Board Member Minas, basically, if you're looking at the floor plans, it would be sheet A 2.2, and stepping back that high ceiling area on the south side, not so much on the street side.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And if the board is going forward with that condition, it would be helpful just for us to understand, since we'd be creating a roofed area there, would you want the existing roof and the projecting eave to kind of wrap that portion of the building to continue that line that's established at the front facade? Or would you rather it just be a blunt kind of step?
No, I think, Mr. Platt, as we were pointing it out, there are two renderings that's been presented to us. The first rendering that's kind of cropped at the roof is the only way I could describe it. That's more from the south side. It's a perfect depiction of that area. And so the idea would be to pull back the second story portion of that south side, which is the high ceiling area, and then continue the fascia of the cantilever portion of the roof around from the front onto the south side. And then the same kind of a flat roof that's in and around the elevator shaft would continue on the south side.
Right.
And the same language would kind of.
Okay, and when you say continue the fascia, there would be a projection of the eave a little bit to match the
Correct.
projection?
Yeah, it would be the same offset because it's really well done the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to Chair Welch's condition, I think we could, Mr. Chair, what if we craft a condition that states applicant shall work with staff to either raise the rear portion as depicted in section, what is that,
5.1.
5.1. So to either raise bedroom number 2 as depicted on section A 5.1, or to reduce the second story finished floor elevation as depicted on A 5.1 to align the rear and the front of the home.
Or some combination thereof.
Or some combination thereof, correct. And so that would, in essence, replace the 30, condition number 2. That condition we just prescribed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so does staff want to, or Mr. Chair, are we clear with those conditions?
I think so. Jay and Chris, are you guys clear?
Yes, and you have the other condition of eliminating the clear story above the garage.
Yes. Yeah.
We're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Would somebody like to move the motion to approve with conditions as stipulated?
To approve the project with the conditions as stated.
Second.
Okay, roll call please.
That was a motion to approve by Board Member Simonian and a second by Board Member Mina's. Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Member Mina's?
Yes.
Chairperson Welch?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0. To approve with
Okay. Very good. Thank you. I would now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned for the evening. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us so late. Appreciate it.
Thank you, folks.